All right, are we back here? Are we back? I hope. I greatly apologize for what happened. I don't know what happened, but we briefly lost the stream, and we are back now to bring you more live coverage. Zelensky leaves White House early after a argument with Trump and Vance. So we are going to show you that argument right now, and we're going to talk about it. And let me just get organized here. Thank you for your patience, but we are back. Again, I don't even know what happened. It was just a weird thing where the stream just ended, and I couldn't do anything about it. But now I can. So we're back. All right. We're going to keep going with our coverage. Facebook should be back on. Everything should be back on. Everything's back on. Twitch, Facebook, X, YouTube. All right. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Let's do this. I'm going to play this for you right now. Here we go. Starting right now. Give it 2 seconds. You'll hear it. Okay, here we go. Oh, hold on. What am I? There's something on. Starting right now. All right, hang on. So let's play this. Let's watch what happened if you haven't seen it. And I'm going to give you more updates. But Zelensky has left. Reportedly, there was no press conference like there was supposed to be. They did not sign any agreement like they were supposed to. But I'm just going to play it now, and then we'll talk about it after. Okay? So again, I apologize that the stream ended, but we're back. Let me just make sure Zelensky hasn't posted anything. I haven't heard a statement from Zelensky yet. No, I've heard nothing from Zelensky. Okay, here we go. We're going to play this right now. Oh, thanks, by the way, to... oops, what just happened here? I just did something else. Hang on. Thank you to Calum for your support. Thank you, Calum. Here we go. I'm going to play this for you right now. Let's watch what happened a short while ago in the White House. I'm going to leave it like this. Here we go.
Force for good. And now I'm talking with my friends in Poland, and they are worried that you align yourself too much with Putin. What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world, and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred, and I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
Hey, I want to respond to this. So look, For 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact of
2015.
2014
2014.
and 2014.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
That's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed with him with gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring people, you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly
Remember
what
this.
you're
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's back to you. Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once? This entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you can...
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country is in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a minute. No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this. you have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
you
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment,
You
and your
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about West?
If you didn't have our military equipment,
you invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of
accept
times
that there,
thank you
accept
to
that,
American people.
accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards.
Thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying. You're
again,
running low on soldiers.
Listen,
you're running
Mr.
low
President.
on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me.
For you what,
that wasn't with me.
means.
That was with a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person. That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry, here.
It's going to be a tough deal to make, because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do we do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden, because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right. We'll see what we can do about putting it together.
Guys, let's go. Guys, come on, let's go.
We'll see. I don't know.
All right, guys. Guys, come on. Please. Hey, come on. Let's go. Guys, come on. Let's move, please. Please.
Thank you.
Wow. I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah.
So let me just see what that was just unbelievable. And then afterwards, a short while afterwards, President Trump posted on his Truth Social saying, "We had a very meaningful meeting in the White House today. Much was learned that could never be understood without conversation under such fire and pressure. It's amazing what comes out through emotion. And I have determined that President Zelensky is not ready for peace if America is involved because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations. I don't want advantage, I want peace. He disrespected the United States of America and its cherished Oval Office. He can come back when he is ready for peace." And he left. Zelensky ended up leaving. I can actually show you that moment too. And he's gone. They did not have a press conference like they were supposed to. They did not sign anything like they were supposed to. Let me show you Zelensky leaving here. I have to cue it up here. I'm queuing up Zelensky leaving. Here it is. Okay. Here is Zelensky leaving a short while ago. I think I have it queued up here. Give me a moment. I see people coming out. What's happening? Breaking news. Breaking news. Here he comes. Here he comes. Is it Zelensky? There he is. There's Zelensky. Breaking news. He's leaving.
Is the deal off? President Zelensky, can you tell us what happened?
He's leaving. We'll show him drive away. He is in the car. We didn't know. I was thinking maybe he'll stick around, but he left.
Did you sign the minerals deal? Did you sign the minerals deal?
Why were you so disrespectful to the president?
We're just replaying him leaving. Show him drive away. Zelensky is in the car. He is out of the White House. He has left the White House. He's in his car. The car still has it. Oh, the car is leaving. That's it. The car is leaving. The SUV is leaving. There he goes. There's Zelensky. He's leaving right now. That's him. He's driving away.
Did you sign the deal? He's on the phone.
There he goes. That was it. That's it. End of. He's leaving for real. He just left. Oh my gosh. Wow. He left. That was it. I didn't know if he'd really leave, but he left. Now, let me tell you this. So we still don't have. Let me give you a report from Jackie Heinrich from Fox News. Okay, Jackie Heinrich said. She was there at the White House. She said that White House officials told Fox. This is what White House officials said. I don't know if that's true. We haven't heard from Zelensky yet. White House officials told Fox, according to Jackie Heinrich, that Trump kicked out Zelensky, that Zelensky did not walk off on his own. Again, I don't know if that's true. Rare minerals deal was not signed. The White House says that Ukrainians were begging to reset, but Rubio and Waltz, National Security Advisor Waltz, informed them Zelensky needs to leave White House grounds, return when he's ready for peace. The White House also said the president and U.S. officials felt disrespected by Zelensky's rhetoric and demeanor, cited that he was shrugging and rolling his eyes during the conversation. Also, Jackie Heinrich from Fox News reports, she says, when I went to upper press to ask what was going on, the lunch that Trump and Zelensky were supposed to dine on and talk over was sitting in the hallway. I'm told White House press office staffers will be eating it. So that is a report from Jackie Heinrich. You can follow her on X at JACQUIHEINRICH. Okay. Now, I'm waiting to hear something from Zelensky. What is this? Zelensky's supposed to speak. Is he going to speak today? I just saw Reuters says Zelensky is supposed to speak today at an event in D.C. at 4 p.m. Eastern. Is that going to happen? Is he still speaking? I don't know. We'll have to see if that happens. I'll show it to you if it happens. Again, according to Reuters, he is supposed to speak at the Hudson Institute Forum and talk, and the title of his talk is Securing a Lasting Peace in Ukraine. That is supposed to start at 4 p.m. I don't know if that's still going to happen. I have no idea. I'm going to read some comments from you guys. I'm just trying to get you the latest updates here. By the way, a quick thanks to Bobby Teese, Red5478, Dead Broke BBQ, Bebop and Rocksteady, American Rebel 27, thank you, K Starks, Channel 5 Action News, Dead Void, Tie Shoes, Low, Lidwine Elizabeth, DeShark, Dodger Blue, Ali C. Kender, Avalis, thank you, Christina Nelson, Andre McCardle, and Mrs. Ed 3, and also thank you to, hang on a moment here, Cole K. Meister, and Softball Paul, and M. Demery over there on Twitch, and Paper City Gamer, and Notorious Rob. Also, shout out to our moderators as we cover this incredible day in diplomacy news. Thanks so much to our moderators. We have Ruth Krafasi on YouTube moderating there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over there on X. Also, A Moment of Lovely, Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3 on Twitch. And thank you to our Facebook moderators as well. Oops, hang on a moment here. I've just never seen anything like that. It's extraordinary, unbelievable. I think it was unbelievable. I can't believe it. Just astounding. Thanks to our Facebook moderators as well. Lee Lewis, thanks for subscribing. Lee Lewis says, what if this was part of the planned negotiations? I mean, I can't rule it out. I can't imagine this was part of the plan. Also, you know, I don't know if you've seen the start of the meeting. We actually showed a full video with the start. At the start of the meeting, everything is very diplomatic. So that wasn't the start of the meeting. It didn't start out like that. So it looked like the intention was to have a meeting like, you know, the meetings with Macron and Keir Starmer earlier this week. It started out that way, and then it just devolved into this heated dispute. Thanks, PZ Papa Zulu, who thinks Zelensky needs to read The Art of the Deal. I don't know. I've never seen anything like that. All right, give me a moment. I'm trying to get updates for you here. Oh, did Zelensky post? Hold on. Zelensky posted, breaking news, breaking news. We have a post from Vladimir Zelensky. President Zelensky has posted on social media. Let me show you. Breaking news. Thank you, America. And thank you for your support. Thank you for this visit. Thank you, President Trump, Congress, and the American people. Ukraine needs just and lasting peace, and we are working exactly for that. A short message from Zelensky. Not saying much at this point. Not saying much, choosing to not say much. I don't know if he's tweaking J.D. Vance, because J.D. Vance during the meeting, and Trump, J.D. Vance said, have you said thank you during this meeting? And Trump, I think Trump mentioned saying you're not thankful. So I don't know if he's genuinely saying thank you or he's kind of firing a shot at them by posting thank you 4 times. He is a comedian, by the way, by trade, you know, in addition to being a politician. I mean, literally the first sentence is, thank you, America. Thank you for your support. Thank you for this visit. Thank you, President. It's 4 thank yous in the first how many words? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 4 thank yous in the first 16 words. Some of you think he's trolling. I think he might be. I mean, 4 thank yous is a lot, you know. 4 thank yous is a lot. I personally would be surprised if the thank you was not some sort of response to, and not a positive response to being told he needed to be more thankful. I mean, also it just says, thank you for your support. Thank you for this visit. So anyways. One of our viewers said he is saying goodbye. So that is the response from Zelensky. Kolohi thinks it's just polite diplomacy. I don't know. Maybe it is. It just, it's tough. Again, he said thank you 4 times in the first 16 words. So, I don't know. I mean, again, he is, before he was a professional comedian before he was the president. So, I think he's aware of how words might be taken. Maybe it's meant to be ambiguous, that you're not supposed to know whether he's doing it as a joke or not. Also, he is choosing to not comment at all. He is choosing to not go into detail about what happened. I don't even know if he's going to stay around for his he's supposed to speak at an event at 4 p.m. Eastern time in DC. I don't even know if he'll be here for that, because he says thanks for this visit. Hey, thank you, Vicis Patronus from Sweden for your support. Also, Linda Cole, thank you for your support. And Alex Price, and Joe, and Sandy, and Multicorker, and Carl Carlson, and Welsh 32, and Sky B, and Nirinal MD, and Sonic. Oh, Sonic mentioned the Zelensky post too. Thank you, Sonic. K Starks, and yes, we have no mañanas. Thanks for your support as well. I'm going to read some comments too. But let me just, I've been trying to bring you updates. So that didn't go well, though. That did not go well, obviously. Oh, I have a report, another report about what happened in the White House. This is reporting from CNN's Caitlin Collins about what happened in the White House. She says, after the shouting match, after the argument in the Oval Office, Trump huddled with his key advisors in the Oval. According to a White House official, Trump consulted with Vance, Rubio, and Bessent, etc. That was when Trump decided Zelensky was not in a place to negotiate. The White House said Trump directed Rubio and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz to deliver the message it was time for Zelensky to leave. The White House said Ukrainians were holding nearby in a separate room. That's standard for foreign leader visits. Typically, they reconvene for the lunch, but the Ukrainians would not be dining at the White House. As the prepared food sat nearby on carts in a hallway, the Ukrainians were instructed to leave. The White House official said the Ukrainians wanted to continue the talks, but they were told no. Zelensky left shortly thereafter. That is what the White House is saying. I have not heard any kind of detailed, that's according to Caitlin Collins. Jackie Heinrich had a similar version that she said the White House said. I don't know. We have not heard from a detailed account from the Zelensky side, from the Ukraine side, of what happened after the heated argument in the White House. Give me a moment, please. One of our viewers mentioned an interview with Zelensky. Hold on a second here. Is Fox supposed to interview him? I think Brett Baer posted something about that. Hang on a second here. Give me one sec. Give me one moment. Brett Baer says that that he is supposed to interview Zelensky on Fox News tonight at 6 ET. And Brett Baer of Fox says they are still on schedule for the interview. Okay? So, technically, Zelensky is supposed to speak at an event in D.C. at 4 p.m., which we would have live coverage of. I don't know if he's still doing that. Technically, he's supposed to do an interview on Fox News at 6 p.m. I can't guarantee that's going to happen. As soon as I hear more on this, I will let you know. Jake Sherman reports that Jake Sherman with Punchbowl News reports that Lindsey Graham on Fox just made a big shift. He said he doesn't know if Zelensky is redeemable. Lindsey Graham, Senator Lindsey Graham, who's a Trump supporter, said either Zelensky dramatically changes or you got to get someone new. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, posted this on social media, on X. Here's what Marco Rubio said. Thank you, President Trump, for standing up for America in a way that no president has ever had the courage to do before. Thank you for putting America first. America is with you. Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy of the Trump cabinet posted, "Thank you, President Trump, for standing up for the United States. The American people will not stand for disrespect of our President Oval Office and our generous taxpayers. Peace is only accomplished through strength, and our allies need to understand that." So some of Trump's cabinet members posting supportive messages for Trump. Christopher Miller, who is a reporter who specializes in covering Ukraine, Christopher Miller, who I follow, he says it is difficult to express how angry Ukrainians are at the U.S. and its ambassador tonight in Kyiv after what unfolded in the Oval Office and her support of it. The words they are using, I can't write here. Oh, and Ambassador Brink posted something too. Hold on a second here. Yes, Ambassador Brink, who's the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, wrote, "Thank you, President Trump, because you defend America as no president has had the courage to do before. Thank you for putting America in the first place, America with you." That's the ambassador, the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. So Christopher Miller reports that difficult to express how angry Ukrainians are at the U.S. and its ambassador tonight in Ukraine after what unfolded in the Oval Office and her support of it. The words they are using, I can't write here. Wow, guys, wow. Just wow. I'm going to end up playing the video again. I mean, how can I not? It's just unbelievable every time you see it. Let me take a few comments from you guys. You can see the headline here. Trump cut short talks with Ukraine Zelensky after Oval Office blowup. Let me read some comments from you guys here. Lioness Spirit says, America first. Property Snappers says, Trump is an embarrassment. He brought shame to all of us. The Life Inside says, Zelensky needed a reality check. J-Fed says, Trump and Vance, such an embarrassment. Jordan Gloss thinks that was a historic moment in the White House. Joshua Kraft says, I bet everyone in the Oval Office was told to send a tweet out. Bob Gable says, Ukrainians are angry, ungrateful bastards. C. Michelle Sparks says, prepare for isolationism. Artist Caverlin thinks Zelensky was not disrespectful. By the way, Bud Green is moderating too. Thank you, Bud. Let's see here. Take some more comments from you guys. Tory Johnson says, I do not support Trump, but I think he is right here. Rose Pisano says, Europe will side with Zelensky. They should. TNSP says, first time an American president stood up for the taxpayer. Tor Melkson says, a historic embarrassment. By the way, thank you to Linda Horderwich for your support. Thank you, Linda. Also, give me a moment here. Thank you, KD Singh Arnicha and Sergey. Sergey thinks Trump is putting America last. Putin's word while alienating Canada, Germany, and the EU, and now Ukraine. Trump killed America's influence. That's what Sergey thinks. John, thank you. John says the idea when you go to a foreign country begging for help is not to piss off the host country. Come back when you humble yourself. Crazy Yoda thinks Zelensky will make a deal before the weekend or next week. Crazy Yoda mentioned the point that Trump was saying yesterday. I think it was yesterday when Trump was saying he thinks with American workers on the ground. When he has been asked, Trump, about would you be willing to provide security guarantees for Ukraine if they make some sort of deal with Russia? So the idea would be like, would you send troops into Ukraine how much would you back up Ukraine to, deter Russia from attacking Ukraine again after the deal is completed? And Trump has said repeatedly that he thinks they will be deterred because there will be American workers working on Ukraine's natural resources. That's what Trump thinks. Whereas, for example, France and UK, I believe, have said they would be willing to put peacekeeping troops in Ukraine. Vicis Patronus, our viewer, says, I don't think Americans fully understand the risk Trump is taking by being so disrespectful towards Europe. If USA loses a lot of trade with the EU, China will become the bigger economy. Kay Starks thinks Zelensky got played. He essentially gave Trump an out to commit to his promise to end the war. He came into this meeting totally unprepared. That's what Kay Starks thinks. Red thinks the U.S. will be remembered for being on the wrong side of history. American Rebel 27 says, this is so upsetting. I'm praying that cooler heads will prevail. I'm going to ask a poll question. I'm going to ask you guys a poll question. Thank you to SEP, by the way, who thinks Zelensky should have worn a suit to the Oval Office out of respect. Thank you, Derek Kopek, by the way, and Jay Martinez, and Forever Bosnia USA. I'm going to do a poll, which is, will there still be a U.S.-Ukraine natural resources deal? Will there still be a U.S.-Ukraine natural resources deal? You know the thing they were going to sign today, at least some preliminary version of it they were going to sign today, where the U.S. would get some rights to invest in or use or make money from, or some combination of that, natural resources in Ukraine. Is that still happening or not? Will it still happen? Could happen next week or 2 weeks from now. What do you think? Or is that just done? Not today, but I mean in the future. Let me ask you guys, and I'll show you what you said. Let me also just post this on Facebook as well so they can vote. And then I will show you the results. All right, let me show you what you guys have to say about this question. Will there still be a U.S.-Ukraine natural resources deal? Over there on YouTube, the current vote on YouTube is, get ready, 40% say yes, 60% say no. Over on Facebook, 53% say no, switched. On Facebook, it's about 50-50. Right now on Facebook, 54% say yes, 46% say no. And on Twitch, how are people on Twitch voting? Let's see. Twitch is pessimistic. 77% say no. 76% say no, 24% say yes. Now, if there is no such deal, right, will President Trump just say, that's it, no more aid whatsoever for Ukraine? Might Starlink be cut off to Ukraine? Now, you might say, is that Trump's decision to make? Well, he's pretty close with Elon Musk. There's been reporting that the U.S. that Starlink could be cut off for the Ukrainian military to use. And money and weapons. Tina Petri, is it? Said, I wonder what Putin is thinking. All right, thank you for voting in the poll. Again, 60% on YouTube say there will be no U.S.-Ukraine natural resources deal. 40% say yes. 74% say no. I mean, Trump has been pretty clear that he wants some of the natural resources of Ukraine. So if there's no deal, it seems to be like what would follow from that is Trump cutting off support to a great degree or totally. Also, let me just check this. On Facebook, it ended up 50-50. All right. We're going to go back and Facebook ended up 50-50. By the way, hold on a second. Let me just do this real quick. Excuse me. Thank you for voting in the poll. Man, I think I'm going to have to play the argument again. How can I not? I mean, it was unbelievable. And I know people are coming in and out of the stream. Give me a moment, though. Let me just see if I have any updates for you here. So Zelensky is still scheduled to do an interview with Fox News at 6 p.m. He's still scheduled to speak. Oh, breaking news. Zelensky's Hudson Institute remarks have been canceled. Okay? Has been canceled by the organizers. He is not speaking at the 4 p.m. event. Okay. Zelensky was scheduled and I'm looking at the Hudson Institute right now. He was scheduled to speak at 4 p.m. Okay? He was scheduled to speak at 4 p.m. at the Hudson Institute in D.C. Reportedly, Reuters scheduling is reporting that the event has been canceled by organizers. I have it right now. Yes, Aaron Navarro with CBS News says the Ukrainian President Zelensky appearance here at the Hudson Institute in D.C. was canceled. Was supposed to be around 4 p.m. They said Zelensky's office informed them just minutes ago. Okay, that is from Aaron Navarro with CBS News, who was at the Hudson Institute. So that just got canceled. I don't know that Zelensky is going to cancel a 4 p.m. talk he was going to do and then speak at 6 p.m. on Fox News. He could. I think I don't know, maybe he wants to make one appearance before he goes and not two. But maybe he'll just cancel Fox. But the 4 p.m. appearance has been canceled. Oh, one of our viewers, Tori, said that the White House, there's going to be a press conference in the White House, according to Fox News. I haven't seen that myself. Hold on a second. Oh, the Vatican says Pope Francis put on breathing machine? Is that new about Pope Francis? I'm sorry. There's a bunch of news today. Yes. Breaking news. Breaking news from the Vatican. I just have it right here. From about 45 minutes ago, the Vatican, this appears to be official Vatican account, a service provided by the Holy See's Dicastery for Communication. Okay. Pope health update. This afternoon, the Holy Father experienced an isolated episode of bronchospasm. This caused an episode of vomiting. Oh, that's sad. Which led to him inhaling some and a sudden worsening of his respiratory condition. The Holy Father was promptly subjected to bronchial aspiration to clear his airways and was put on a non-invasive mechanical ventilation, which improved his oxygen levels. All right, so let's hope, well, I know some of you are Catholic, some of you are not, but I'm hoping that he improves. But certainly, he has had some serious health issues lately. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to check. One of our viewers claimed that Fox was saying on TV that there was going to be a White House press conference. Now that would be interesting. I haven't seen that yet. Or was it? Hold on a second here. Hold on. Give me a moment. Fox Live now claims there's a White House press briefing that's going to happen. Is that true? I don't see it posted yet on the Reuters page. as soon as I hear something about it, I'll let you know something more. I haven't heard it from anyone else yet. I know it says it on Fox Live now. By the way, thank you very much to Van Dan for your support. That's so kind of you, Van Dan. Van Dan, I really appreciate all of your support for the channel. Thank you. Thank you, Van Dan. Also, Chris Canada, Quebec City, thank you. And Brada, thank you for your support. And Crazy Yoda for the gift memberships. And Jeremy Ram and Angel Mendez, NCR Ranger 805. And Joe and Donna Brandt and Toybox and SEP and Derek Kopek and Jay Martinez. Thank you so much. And I'm trying to find out if there's going to be a press conference. Thank you, Shadow3413, for your support. Yeah, so I have not heard from anyone else there's going to be a press conference. But Zelensky did cancel an appearance he was supposed to speak with. He was supposed to speak at 4 p.m. at the Hudson Institute in Washington, D.C. That has been canceled. Christopher Miller reports that Zelensky just got off the phone with French President Macron and is now talking to the Secretary General of NATO. Let's see here. It's a little weird that, did Fox News? I haven't seen any reporters from Fox News say there's going to be a press conference yet. For whatever reason, it says it on Fox Live now from Fox. They claim there's going to be a White House press briefing. I haven't seen that anywhere else. Did anyone else see it anywhere else? One of our viewers claimed Sky News said something about it. Again, I'm just trying to figure that out. Oh, okay. I have an update for you. I have an update. Hold on a second. I have something for you. I have video for you. I have video for you guys of the White House briefing room. Apparently, there might be something at the White House briefing room. I have video. I'm going to put it on the screen. Give me a moment. I will get it on the screen for you right now. Thank you so much to Delia7490 for your support. Okay, I'm about to get on the screen for you the video. Give me a moment. All right, I have video. I have video from the White House press briefing room live. There it is. There's the room. Is anything going to happen there? There's people in the room. So there's people there. There's a briefing room. There's a podium. We don't know if there's going to be a briefing. But that is the briefing room, and there are people there. So I'm guessing something might happen because there's people there. Thank you to Crispy and Logan Explores. Logan Explores says, after seeing Graham and others Republican Congress comments, after seeing Graham and other Republicans' comments, they appear to want Zelensky removed from office. Was this a setup? Look, I have a hard time believing this was the plan for this. That's really difficult for me to swallow, that somehow this was all planned and they planned to cancel the deal and they planned to not have the lunch. I find that hard to believe. Also, if you watch the start of the meeting, they were cordial at the start of the meeting. By the way, Live UA Map collected some European leaders' posts. So, for example, and prominent European politicians' posts. So, for example, the Prime Minister of Poland, Donald Tusk, said, I'll just show you a couple of these. Trying to just show you. Hold on. Donald Tusk, Prime Minister of Poland, said, "Dear Zelensky, dear Ukrainian friends, you are not alone." Again, Live UA Map collected some of these statements. It's a good account to follow, Live UA Map. Prime Minister of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, posted, Ukraine, Spain stands with you. I'm not going to read all of them, just a sampling. Prime Minister of Sweden. You can see Live UA Map posted it. Sweden stands with Ukraine. You are not only fighting for your freedom, but also for all of Europe. Slava Ukraini. Anyways, if you want to see the whole thread, you can go to Live UA Map. We are waiting to see, is there going to be some sort of press briefing or something? You see, there are people in the White House briefing room. Another Trump cabinet member posting something very supportive. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem says, "There is no doubt today we have the right person alongside President Trump. Thank you, Vice President Vance." Max Sedin, who I follow, who is a reporter I follow from Financial Times, says Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova says, "How did Trump and Vance hold back from smacking that bastard? It's a marvel of restraint." That's from the Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova. Will we get some sort of live update from the White House? I have still not heard either way. Thanks, by the way, to Jim for your support. Jim from Europe and 7-Inch Destroyer, thank you. Who thinks Trump would never talk and attack Netanyahu like this. Thank you also, Ellen Zen. Ellen Zen says, maybe we will learn at the press briefing the deal is off. Yeah, it looks like there might be a press briefing. I have not seen that confirmed yet. You do see all those people there. So, but I have not seen anything confirmed about a press briefing. I would like to show you the video again of what happened, but I don't want to miss any kind of update. So I'm just trying to find out more here. In case you missed it, Zelensky has canceled a 4 p.m. speech he was supposed to give in D.C. at the Hudson Institute. And he is still scheduled to do a 6 p.m. interview at Fox News, with Fox News. I don't know if that's going to happen. What I could do, let me ask you guys this. I could show you the argument again, and then while I'm playing the argument, I'll keep an eye on the briefing room. And if something happens, I'll just stop playing the argument and show you the briefing room. Some people want to see it again, some people don't. I mean, I think it's extraordinary to see. I've seen it 3 times and I still think it's extraordinary to see. Hang on a moment. Thank you to Kazmira Flanagan, by the way, and Lunar Guardian, and Ellen Zen, and Kay Lee for your support. I know some of our viewers haven't seen it. Give me a moment here. Hang on a moment. I'm seeing some possible news here. And who knows where this is all going? I have no idea. Okay, NBC News is reporting that the State Department, oh, this is not today though, the State Department this week terminated a U.S. agency, a U.S. aid initiative that has invested hundreds of millions of dollars to help restore Ukraine's energy grid from attacks by the Russian military. But that was this week. That wasn't done right now. The reporting from NBC is that that was done this week. I mean, the federal government, the Trump administration, I mean, basically all but shut down U.S. aid, is my understanding. But NBC News is reporting that this week, the State Department terminated a U.S. aid initiative that has invested hundreds of millions of dollars to help restore Ukraine's energy grid from attacks by the Russian military. But they're not reporting that this happened today. All right, I'm making a call. My call that I am making right now is I'm going to play one more time the argument. Give me a moment here.
Each other, it's not.
No, that's not that. Okay. Here we go. Let me just pull it up here. I need to do it this way, maybe. Hang on a moment. But I'm going to keep my eyes on the briefing room. If there's anything from the briefing room, we'll go right to the briefing room. We'll definitely do that. But in the meantime, how can I... Oops. In the meantime, I'll replay this for you. Okay, now, I need to do it this way. Oh, I see a light. Hey, a guy's putting up a light. Hey, breaking news. A guy is putting up a light, but maybe that's just for a live shot. I don't know. I think that maybe it's for a reporter who's going to do a live shot. A guy is putting up a light on the stage there. That guy looks like he's leaving, doesn't it? The guy right there with his jacket. Then there's a woman coming in. Is she coming or going? What's she doing? What is she doing? Oh, she's just going back there. I don't know what's happening. Okay, we're going to replay this right now. And I have to change the text to... Earlier today, the White House. We're going to replay this extraordinary exchange between Zelensky, Trump, and J.D. Vance. Here we go. All right. I'm going to play this right now for you. Here you go. I can replay the whole meeting if you want. It's a little longer. I don't want to do that right this second because there might be other stuff to report on. So the reason... Oh, hold on. You can't see me. So I could replay the whole meeting, but at this point, I think I'm just going to start with this because there may be other developments. And then if I restart the whole thing, then it takes 10 minutes to get to the part where they're all arguing to each other. So in theory, I'd like to play the whole thing, but I'm going to start by playing this, and then we'll go from there. And I'll keep my eye on the briefing room. Okay, here's what happened.
Force for good. And now I'm talking with my friends in Poland, and they are worried that you align yourself too much with Putin. What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world. and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred, and I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
I want to respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden, of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact of
2015.
2014
2014.
and 2014.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him. Me, like a new president, in 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel. We signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Count one.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly
Remember
what
this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
I'm not
cards.
Playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
You're
playing cards.
Mr. President.
You're playing cards.
Serious.
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country, that's back to you, far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once this
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can...
not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country is in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No,
Can
you've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not
I
winning.
know.
You're not winning this.
I...
You have a damn good chance of
we are
coming out
staying,
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said thank
stupid
you.
president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about West?
If you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3
okay?
days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I
Again,
tell
you
you.
just say thank you.
I said a lot of
except
times
that
thank
there,
you
except
to
that,
American people.
except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's
I
very
understand.
important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the
I'm
cards.
thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running
I
low
know.
on soldiers.
Don't-
Listen,
don't please,
you're running
Mr.
low on
President.
soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then
President.
then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look. If you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what-
that
what
wasn't
this
with me.
means. It
That was
wasn't
with
with you.
a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person.
But this
That
is
was
your-
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry,
It's going to be
here.
a tough deal to make, because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you
but
saying?
what
She's
if
asking, what if Russia
Putin
breaks the
breaks
ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now?
But they have
Okay?
weapons to
What if they
fire.
broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me.
But all-
Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right, we'll see what we can do about putting it together.
Guys, let's go. Guys, come on, let's go.
We'll see, I don't know.
All right, guys. Guys, come on. Wait, hey, come on. Let's go. Guys, come on, let's move, please.
Thank you.
I mean, it never gets less astonishing every time I watch it. I think I've seen it 4 times now, but it's just unbelievable to see that happened. Let me show you guys, let's go back to a live shot of there is the White House briefing room where there have been people there. No word about any kind of press conference or media statement yet or anything. That is a live shot. But I don't know if we're going to get anything from there. I'll keep watching it. Let me do something here real quick. There are people in the room, but no word yet on what's going to happen. I'll just show you guys the statements that Trump and, after that argument, the statements that Trump made and then Zelensky made. Trump said on Truth Social, "We had a very meaningful meeting in the White House today. Much was learned that could never be understood without conversation under such fire and pressure. It's amazing what comes out through emotion, and I have determined that President Zelensky is not ready for peace if America is involved, because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations. I don't want advantage, I want peace. He disrespected the United States of America in its cherished Oval Office. He can come back when he is ready for peace." And Zelensky's response to all of this after he left the White House was, "Thank you, America. Thank you for your support. Thank you for this visit. Thank you, President, Congress, and the American people. Ukraine needs just and lasting peace, and we are working exactly for that." Personally, I think it might not be an accident that he wrote "thank you" 4 times after J.D. Vance told him he hadn't said thank you in the meeting, and President Trump told him he should be thankful. I'm assuming that might have been, maybe he's, kind of doing it mockingly, saying thank you 4 times in the first 16 or so words. That'd be my guess. I don't know for sure. Josh, our viewer, thinks he's mocking a bit. I don't know. But it's a lot of thank yous. One of our viewers said the video gets worse every time. So we're waiting to find out more. But again, Zelensky canceled his 4 p.m. speech in D.C. he was going to give. So as far as I know, the 6 p.m. interview with Fox is still on. I've seen nothing yet about a press briefing or anything like that. Hang on a moment here. Thanks, by the way, to Casmira Flanagan for your support, Lunar Guardian, and Ellen Zen. Hang on a moment. People are still there. Also a reminder, there is supposed to be, at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, there is supposed to be a press update about the investigation into the death of Gene Hackman and his wife, which we were going to cover. And I'm supposed to have access to that video. So I don't know how that's all going to work out, but that is supposed to happen. Hey, people keep sending me this. I'm going to mention this again. This did not happen today. People keep posting this news event like it happened today. It did not happen today. NBC News said this week the State Department terminated a U.S. agency, USAID, support of Ukraine energy grid restoration. People are posting that as if it just happened in response to the meeting. That's not what NBC News is reporting. They said it happened this week, which suggests that it did not just happen. One of our viewers said, Seamut said you might be able to see Zelensky's plane on Flight Radar 24. I mean, if you could, that would give you an idea of if he had left yet. Pebble Girl said that thing with the USAID aid being cut off happened a couple days ago. I'm not sure. I'll have to look it up and see if I can find anything more. I'm looking at most tracked flights right now, and I don't see anything about that plane being there. Let me see. Hold on. There's a U.S. Air Force plane. That's the plane I was sent. Why would he's not supplying in a U.S. Air Force plane though, is he? I don't know. Maybe he is. Maybe he is flying a U.S. Air Force plane. I don't know what plane he flew to get there. Redsland posted a different one. I don't even know if it was trackable, his flight. Well, thank you, Seamuts, for sending it in. If I find anything reliable about tracking of a flight he is on, I will certainly let you know. Another post by Zelensky. Zelensky is posting thank you for your support on his X account to different leaders who have posted support of him. So you can see, Prime Minister of the Czech Republic posted, we stand with Ukraine and on the side of the free world. Zelensky says thank you for your support. Prime Minister of Latvia. Latvia stands with Ukraine. President Zelensky, thank you for your support. President of Lithuania, Ukraine, you'll never walk alone. Zelensky, thank you for your support. So he's replying to a bunch of these posts. Also the President of Moldova, President of Spain, I think it is. Yep. Donald Tusk also Prime Minister of Poland. So we just post a bunch of thank you for your support posts. Karen Morris says, did Trump offer any other perks for Ukraine than our presence? I don't blame Zelensky for not taking a deal. If not, well, I don't know what the exact... There wasn't a complete deal made. There was supposed to be some sort of framework for a deal signed today. But the basic idea, from my understanding, was that Ukraine would commit to allowing the U.S. to have some access to their natural resources and to be able to benefit from Ukraine's natural resources. But I think the implication is that in exchange for that, I don't know, it's not clear, but maybe part of, from what I've seen reported, a reason that Zelensky would want to do this is to keep Trump from cutting off military support. Now, it might not be part of the deal specifically, but maybe if they make a deal, that makes Trump more likely to keep sending some military support to Ukraine, whether it's part of the deal or not. I don't know where the state of negotiations were over that. President Trump has not said the U.S. is going to commit to sending any troops over there, like as peacekeepers or anything. But maybe the thought was, we make this deal and that helps keep some U.S. military aid, even if it's not specifically said in the deal. But, there's no deal right now. So I don't know what the specific terms... there were no specific terms of the whole thing because it was not complete yet. But I don't know what exactly this deal was going to say, or at least this first preliminary deal was going to say. And I don't know also if there were other things that weren't specifically in the deal, but they had talked about related to the deal. All right, give me a moment here. Give me a moment. Will there be something at the White House? Some other statement or something? We do not know. Hang on. The White House. Some other statement or something. Hey, thanks so much to hang on a moment here. To Aleph Tav. Could this have been a way to get the EU more involved in a sly kind of way? Again, I know some people have suggested that this was a setup, or it was planned in advance, or there's some hidden thing they're trying to do. I don't know. I just have a hard time thinking this was anything but a genuine argument that happened. I don't know what Trump and Vance talked about going in, but I have a hard time thinking the intention was to have a big, angry argument and no deal signed and no lunch and no press conference. That's just a lot to swallow. And if you watch the start of the meeting, they were pretty cordial at the start of the meeting. So, a much more simple explanation is that it just happened. Now, maybe this reflected, for all we know, this kind of argument has happened before in private. I don't know what private conversations are like. Maybe there's been an argument like this in private. But this is different because it's in public. But at the same time, Aleph Tav talks about Europe maybe getting more involved. I've seen some people analyzing this today, thinking that, some people I follow suggesting that, well, maybe after this, Europe is like, wow, we really can't count on the U.S. at all to support Ukraine, so it's really up to us. So there's a world in which it could motivate Europe to be more involved. Oh, what's happening here? Looks like something might be happening, guys. Looks like they might be getting ready to do a briefing. So maybe this will spur Europe to... Oh, that person she's just taking a picture. That might be a visitor to the White House. I'm sorry. I don't know that anything's happening, actually. Looks like maybe somebody just taking a picture. So who knows? Yeah, they're taking some pictures. Who knows? Maybe it makes Europe think like, wow, the U.S. really isn't going to support them. We really need to decide what we're doing here. Thank you, Aleph Tav, for your support, and Babelicious, our member. Babelicious thinks Zelensky was not disrespectful. We have different views on this in our chat today. As far as I'm aware, the Fox News interview with Zelensky at 6 p.m. has not been canceled. Dan Scavino, who is assistant to Trump, someone who's very close to Trump, posted on his social media, the luncheon with President Trump and his great team went on this afternoon after Zelensky left. With some open seats at 1:30 p.m., President Trump invited some additional team members from the West Wing. Thank you, President and Vice President, America First. And it shows, he posted a picture of the menu. For the luncheon, which Zelensky was not at. Is there more to the luncheon than that? Tomatoes, puree, and berries? I'm guessing there's more than that. Maybe there's a second page to the menu or something. Seems like that can't be the whole menu. QMet says, where's the actual food? Well, some people might find that adequate. I just have my guess is that there's more food. I don't know, though. I want to just go back to this. Let me go back to the live shot of the White House there. Olaf Scholz, who is for now the Chancellor of Germany, although he will not be Chancellor once a new government formed. They had an election, and his party came in third. Olaf Scholz said, nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians do. Therefore, we are working on a common path to a lasting and just peace. Ukraine can rely on Germany and on Europe. Richard, our viewer, thinks Europe and the world can no longer rely on the USA. Thank you to A-Rod for your support. A-Rod thinks this started because Zelensky asked how you can have diplomacy with Putin. And Vance and Trump got mad about that. A-Rod says, think about that for a second. Also, an update, Matthew Capucci, who I follow, he is a weather specialist. He said a few hours ago, he said, first of all, he said, reports are we can expect another 800 cuts at NOAA, which includes the National Weather Service, in the immediate future. And then he also said earlier today, he said, where is it here? Why can't I find this? Now I can't find the post. Did he delete the post? Oh, yeah, he said earlier today that there might be more firings there today, but it may be like a month from now. It's not clear. So if I hear more about that, I'll let you know. It's a little off topic, so I don't want to get into all that now. Still waiting. Oh, I have another video. What is this? Hey guys, I also have here, I have another video I can show you, another live video. Waiting for a hotel departure of Zelensky. This is from Reuters. All right, I got to put this on the screen somewhere. Now, let me put this up. Hold on. Is this going to work? This is a live shot from Reuters. I got to put it above this one. Here it is. Okay, so that right there is a hotel . Turn the volume down. That is it's waiting, Reuters camera outside a hotel. And the description is, monitoring for Zelensky departure from hotel in Washington, D.C. Monitoring for a hotel departure of Zelensky after a contentious White House meeting with President Trump. This is a live shot there in the corner. Again, I don't know if we'll see anything on it. One second here. I'm kind of expecting to hear something more from the White House. Let me just get you some updates here. I'm going to have to, we've been on the air so long, I'm going to have to switch my headphones in a second. AP says the astonishing turn of events today. President Trump berated Ukrainian President Zelensky for being disrespectful Friday in an extraordinary Oval Office meeting, then abruptly called off the signing of a minerals deal with the U.S. that Trump said would have moved Ukraine closer to ending its war with Russia. The astonishing turn of events could scramble international affairs in Europe and around the globe. During his visit with Trump, Zelensky had planned to sign the deal, allowing the U.S. greater access to Ukraine's rare earth minerals, then hold a joint news conference. It's supposed to be a preliminary deal. Instead, Ukraine's leader left the White House shortly after Trump shouted at him, showing open disdain. Untouched salad plates and other lunch items were being packed up outside the cabinet room, where the lunch between Trump and Zelensky and their delegations was supposed to have taken place. The White House said the Ukraine delegation was told to leave. AP says Zelensky's main objective going into the sit-down had been to press Trump not to abandon his country and to warn against moving too closely to Russian President Putin. Instead, he got shouted at, while Trump appeared to play up the drama for the cameras. That's what AP thinks. Before the blow-up, Zelensky had been expected to sign a landmark economic agreement. Well, again, a preliminary agreement with the U.S. aimed at financing the reconstruction of war-damaged Ukraine, a deal that would have closely tied the two countries together for years to come. Many Ukrainians fear, says AP, many Ukrainians fear a hastily negotiated peace, especially one that makes too many concessions to Russian demands, would allow Moscow to rearm and consolidate its forces for a future invasion after current hostilities cease. This was Zelensky's fifth White House visit, but his previous four came during the Biden administration. That is from AP. Trump is supposed to depart from Florida at around 5 p.m. You know, it's interesting. Trump is, I think, supposed to leave for Florida at around, was it 5 p.m.? I have the schedule here. President departs the White House 5 p.m. So something to keep in mind is that Trump is supposed to leave the White House for Florida starting at 5 p.m., which is about an hour. He goes there sometimes on the weekends, I believe. What am I hearing? Audio. I'm hearing audio from the briefing room, I think. We have some audio from the briefing room. I wonder what, does that mean something's more likely to happen, or maybe we'll see if the camera stays there. Hey, thank you, by the way, to Hendershot for your support. And James H. and K. Rando and Babelicious, and Jeff Leonhardt. Yeah, I mentioned Lindsey Graham's response earlier, Jeff. I'll talk about it again. Hold on a second here. Lindsey Graham said, "What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelensky again. He either needs to resign and send somebody over that we can do business with, or he needs to change." That's what Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, a big Trump supporter, said. Thank you also, Wamamatara, who think Zelensky disrespected Trump. Oh, did I miss it on the menu? Thanks, Ryan. I might have missed something on the menu. Where? Oh, I missed it said chicken. It did say chicken. Ha. I don't know why. I don't know why I missed this. Well, you never know. It literally says chicken right here. Dan Scavino posted the menu. He's a top assistant to Trump. So this was the menu here. It says, and I was looking at here. I didn't read the script. I guess I just assumed that the script was saying the same thing as the rest. But actually it said rosemary roasted chicken. I just saw the puree and the tomatoes. I didn't even read the script. Well, my fault. My fault. I'm sure people were saying that to me. I was like, why isn't there more food there? Thank you very much to Ryan. Let's see here. Thank you to eBiker92 and Euchre King over there on Twitch. Firecat on Twitch. Thank you. Happy Cushion on Twitch for your support. Hey, thanks to all of our moderators who've been here today. We have Big Ball of Yarn, Matthew Kohai over there on Twitch, over on YouTube. Ruth Krafasi, thank you. Beth Mythical, Sabrina, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over there on X, and excuse me.
Yeah, but I heard the director talking to Shudo, and I can't hear Shudo, so I don't know which mix that you're sending up to this IFU, but I don't think it's right.
That's not me. Also, thanks to our Facebook moderators. I really appreciate it. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Hey, thanks Robert Rial II for subscribing on Facebook. And Kay and Margaret. And Jennifer Ellers, thanks for subscribing on Facebook.
Yes.
Let me...
Yep. I do. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right.
President Macron of France posted. President Macron of France posted, "There is an aggressor, Russia. There is a people under attack, Ukraine. We were all right to help Ukraine and sanction Russia 3 years ago and continue to do so. We are Americans, Europeans, Canadians, Japanese, and many others. Thanks to all those who helped and continue, in respect to those who since the beginning have been fighting, because they are fighting for their dignity, their independence, for their children, and for the security of Europe. That's what President Macron said. Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly, who says, wasted tax dollars on menus and chicken. Donate the food to fired workers. That's what Captain Jerry Donnelly says.
Sorry.
Thank you, Babs, for the gift membership. So again, as far as I know, Zelensky is still being interviewed at 6 p.m. by Fox News. And at 5 p.m., there's supposed to be a press conference about the Gene Hackman investigation. I'm kind of surprised. I guess I thought, when I was hearing there might be a White House press briefing, I was like, well, that kind of makes sense. Maybe they'll send somebody out there to talk about this. But they haven't
know that it's
yet.
off the table for good, but it's certainly off the table today. That didn't get signed before Zelensky left the White House. I think when you talk to White House advisors, they say the president genuinely felt disrespected. Just to give you some color on what happened between when the cameras stopped rolling in the Oval Office and when we saw Zelensky departing in his SUV, the two sides went to different rooms in the West Wing. There had been a lunch planned, so they were actually getting the food prepared over near the cabinet room. President Trump consulted with some of his advisors, including the Secretary of State, his national security advisor. The word from the Ukrainians at that point was that they actually wanted to keep talking. There was a sense, perhaps, that they would be able to repair some of the damage, but Trump wasn't going to have that, and he essentially sent word that it was time for them to go. I think it's fair to say that he kicked them out of the White House, and then we saw Zelensky leaving about an hour later. They had, as I said, planned to sign this minerals deal. There was a long wooden table up in the East Room ready for the men to sit down. The pens were out. We're expecting to have a press conference. That obviously all gone out the window. And I think the question now is, what happens next? There had been this effort on the part of the president to try and negotiate a deal to end this conflict, but I don't know how you could possibly end the war there if you have just had a shouting match with one of the sides of the war in the Oval Office. One thing that we have seen from the White House is really trying to bolster the president's stance. They sent out a press release saying that he was defending America, and they sent one of his top allies, the Senator Lindsey Graham, out to the White House driveway to insist that Zelensky resign. He's essentially saying that the U.S. no longer has a good faith negotiating partner in Kyiv. But I'll just note that's exactly the same outcome that the Kremlin has wanted all along. They want Zelensky out of power too, so it's kind of hard to read how all of this is playing. It's not playing directly into the hands of Putin. So it was an unprecedented spectacle. I've been in the Oval Office a lot for these meetings, watched a lot of them. I would never have expected to see the President of the United States partnering with his Vice President, berating their visitors, much less a wartime visitor who is coming to seek security guarantees. And I do think, that this final point, that the role of the Vice President in all of this, typically in these meetings, he has been sort of seated by silently as the President and his counterpart talk. He didn't speak for most of this meeting, when it was only sort of at the end that he piped up and really threw a match on the whole situation. And Vance is someone who has long been skeptical of Ukraine. He said at one point over the last couple of years that he didn't really care what happened there. And I think there are a lot of people watching this today and are wondering, was Vance's role in all of this organic, or was it orchestrated somehow to kind of throw a wrench in all of these plans?
There's a reporter speaking on the feed. I'm not even sure who that is, but we have this feed, and there's a reporter speaking
I think
within
in
earshot
reality
of the
it's probably
camera.
something in between the two. But there's certainly some people close to this White House who are just wondering whether or not that moment was one that just came about as part of this meeting, because when you watch how it unfolded, the meeting was going relatively well up until that point. There was no signs of this outward hostility that we saw in the final 10 minutes. It really only came about once Vance piped up and once Vance started engaging with Zelensky and Zelensky responding in his own way. And so I think it's a question that a lot of people very close to this White House are asking.
Again, I'm sorry, I don't know who the reporter is. It's a reporter standing near the camera. It might be this reporter. Is it that reporter right there? I'm not even sure. Because the audio and video, the audio and his lips do not
quite
sync
the
up.
opposite. I think what you heard
maybe it is
from
him.
President Trump was continuing.
Oh, is it?
The praise,
maybe it is syncing
not
up.
necessarily praise, but the credulous attitude towards Putin that he has adopted throughout the course of this week, saying essentially that he trusted him to carry out any sort of peace agreement. But what's fascinating is the reason he says he trusts him is because, in his words, they both endured what he calls the Russia hoax, which I think it just gives you a sense of where this alliance in his mind is coming from.
Yes, it is him. I'm sorry, it is him. It was syncing up, so I guess it's him. I'm sorry, I don't know who that is. I would tell you who it is. He's not doing the report for this camera, though. He's speaking to a different camera. Oh, is that who it is? Hold on. Yeah, it looks like it may be. One of our viewers said it's Kevin Liptak, who reports for CNN, although it's not on CNN right this second. It might be Kevin Liptak from CNN. But again, he wasn't doing it to this. This is not a CNN camera you're looking at. So I think it was catching him, although the sound seemed like they had good sound, but he was not speaking to this camera. The picture in the corner is Reuters camera that is at the hotel where Zelensky is, monitoring for departure of Zelensky from hotel. I don't know that I'm going to leave that up. Maybe I'll put a little caption next to it. Hold on a second here. Give me a second. One moment, please. Yes. I have it saying live outside Zelensky's hotel. He doesn't own the hotel. It's where he's staying. I guess he's there. That's my assumption. By the way, I did see something more about about Lindsey Graham. So, according to Peter Baker of the New York Times, Lindsey Graham was actually sent out to talk to reporters earlier today after this whole thing happened. And Peter Baker says that Graham's comments can therefore reasonably be taken as a message from Trump. Now, Lindsey Graham said, What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelensky again. He either needs to resign and send somebody over that we can do business with, or he needs to change. On a moment here. I have yet to see any big updates after that. And in just 45 minutes, there's supposed to be a press conference that we'll have live video of about the Gene Hackman thing. I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I mean, I might just play it here, the Gene Hackman press conference. If we still think there might be some developments with this, I will certainly play it. But I'm a bit confused. Oh, by the way, interesting. Yaroslav Trofimov, who's with the Wall Street Journal, posted... is Keir Starmer the only leader of a major European country keeping silent today? So, well, I think one of our viewers mentioned this too. A bunch of European leaders have posted support for Ukraine. Nothing from Keir Starmer, who was just at the White House. Was it yesterday he was at the White House? He was at the White House yesterday. So I guess he hasn't said anything about it. Meng Su says playing it safe. It seems like maybe all of the cabinet members are posting support for Trump. I just saw a post from Chris Wright, the Secretary of Energy, who says, "Thank you, President Trump, for putting the American people first. It is so refreshing to have a president who is a businessman that knows how to negotiate and walk away when he's being swindled. A mineral deal would actually benefit Ukraine as well. Underground materials only become valuable resources with capital, technology, and peace. Let's get a win-win deal done and bring peace." That is from Energy Secretary Wright. Will we get anything more from the White House today? I don't know. Now, I can't air the Fox News interview. That's going to be on Fox News at 6. Apparently still happening. Hey, that's a person with a he's picking up his camera. Is he leaving? What's happening? What's that person doing? Yes, Viktor Orban of Hungary, the Prime Minister of Hungary, who Trump is a big supporter of, posted here, strong men make peace, weak men make war. Today, President Trump stood bravely for peace, even if it was difficult for many to digest. Thank you, Mr. President. One of our viewers mentioned that. Thanks to the viewer for mentioning that he had posted. Oh, the future Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz, who should be the new Chancellor of Germany when they form their next government, because they already had elections. Friedrich Merz of Germany, the Chancellor-to-be, presumably, said, "Dear Vladimir Zelensky, we stand with Ukraine in good and in testing times. We must never confuse aggressor and victim in this terrible war." That is from Friedrich Merz. We lost the shot from outside the hotel shot, so we'll put that one away. Let's see. Oh no, we got the shot back. Hold on. We got the shot back from the hotel. Where is it here? Where is the? There. I'm trying to read into what the people in the room are doing. Reminder, Trump is supposed to leave the White House at about 5 p.m. to head to Florida. Captain Jerry Donnelly thinks backroom deals are being made now. Who wins? Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Thank you also, Bebop and Rocksteady. Bebop and Rocksteady thinks that Zelensky was disrespectful to J.D. Vance. For example, he says he called him JD instead of Vice President Vance, whereas JD referred to him as President. I'd have to watch the whole stream to see if they consistently use those names or different names or what. And I don't know how they usually do it. Thank you, Bebop and Rocksteady. Thank you also to Music21 and Lucia Jerezzo. Thank you, Lucia, for your support. And L Train. And Sarah Stitcher, our member. Also, Am4 on Twitch, thanks for your support. And Of9, and Ascertainment, and eBiker92. That person looked like she left. Somebody walked out of the room, it looked like. Thank you, Dean R., for being a longtime member. In just 37 minutes, there's supposed to be a press conference about what happened. Did they kill the camera from the press room? Did they kill the camera from the briefing room? Briefing room camera out? Are they leaving the briefing room? We'll see. Maybe they said no briefing. I mean, we never saw any report. Oh, a hotel camera. What's happening on the hotel camera? Did I miss something? Can I replay it? Did we see anybody get out? Did we see Zelensky? What happened? I can rewind it. What happened on the Zelensky on this camera? Did you guys see anything? I know it's small. I see people there. That's outside Zelensky's hotel where he's staying. What's happening? I see people. Maybe it's just security people. Just open the door, they said. Some of our viewers said. So that is, again, a Reuters shot outside of the hotel where Zelensky is staying. Monitoring for Zelensky departure from hotel. Another car pulling in. Meanwhile, for some reason, the briefing room shot is all gray. I don't know if they're leaving the briefing room, the White House briefing room. Lori Beth said that about a half hour ago. Brett Bayer said that he posted that the interview is still happening with
I know.
Zelensky at 6 p.m. I think what I might do is just keep this stream on, and then if we get to 5 p.m., I'll just show the press conference, because I'm still not sure what's going on if we're gonna have more developments. So. I mean, maybe Zelensky's about to leave to go to Fox News. Is he doing the interview at Fox News? Maybe he's going to leave to go to some studio to do the interview with Brett Bayer. I mean, if the interview's at 6. Again, this is outside of Zelensky's hotel. For whatever reason, the briefing room video cut out. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. In the meantime, I'm going to put this up full. Let me just do this. And we'll get rid of this, and I'll fix the red. This is live. Outside hotel where Zelensky is staying. From Reuters. Oh, thank you to ZZCH for your support. From Turkey, thank you. Who thinks it's time for the U.S. to return Alaska back to Russia? Thank you, ZZCH. Thank you also, Dean R. One of our viewers claimed that Air Force Two had taken off. Which is an aircraft carrying the vice president. Is that true? I don't know if that's true. AF-2 tracked NR-8 on FR-24. I'm looking at the top tracked flights on Flight Radar 24. I'm not seeing that one, I don't think. You can send me if there's a specific call sign. AF-2 is definitely flying. Are you guys seeing this? I'm looking at Flight Radar 24. What is it under? Check ADSB Exchange, someone says. I can check ADSB Exchange. Is it under... Oh, I think I found it. I found it. All right, I got it on ADSB Exchange. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. This is ADSB Exchange, which is a flight tracking site, adsbexchange.com. Appreciate them letting me show their stuff. That is United States military AF-2, Air Force 2, which presumably is carrying J.D. Vance, and it left from Washington, D.C. at around 13 minutes ago. And it's flying away. So I don't know, maybe J.D. Vance has left D.C. But that plane is now flying right there. You can see. There it is. It is at 32,700 feet, according to ADSB Exchange. Some of our viewers think J.D. Vance is going to Ukraine or Moscow or something. I have no idea. Sonic says, looks like it was a scheduled trip to Vermont. Is that true? Can you show that? Sonic, how do you know this? Is there like a track you can you turn on the track or something? I don't even remember. Someone will tell me. Sonic, who knows a lot about aviation, claims that it was a scheduled trip to Vermont. Oh, Shave Ezra says it's known J.D. Vance is skiing in Vermont this weekend? Hang on. Is Flight Radar 24? Oh, yes. The Boston Globe reports that J.D. Vance and his family plan to ski at Sugarbush Resort in Vermont this weekend. That is from the Boston Globe. That's reported today. So, presumably, this is going to go to Vermont. Presumably. Give me one moment here. Thanks for the heads up. Hang on one moment. One moment, please. Where is, just got to find something real quick here. Thanks for your patience. Yes, a family vacation for J.D. Vance this weekend at Sugarbush Resort in Vermont, according to the Boston Globe. Did someone find this on Flight Radar 24? Oh, I think I found it. Hold on. Let's see here. Play. Live. Yes, live. I got it. There it is. It's also on Flight Radar 24. There we go. It is on Flight Radar. Now, it says Camp Springs to Miami. It doesn't look like it's actually heading to Miami. Maybe eventually it'll go to Miami. But as you can see, and there it is right there. Hang on a moment here. Here it is. Why can't I find this? Show on map. Here it is. I got it. There it is. There is Air Force 2. Hold on. More. How do I get to get rid of other settings? Where's the get rid of other planes? Only see this plane. Hang on. Animated aircraft. Visibility. No. Miscellaneous. Why can't I figure this out? I can't find the setting for hide other aircraft. Which I should be able to find it for. Where is it here? Filters? Someone said filters. No, that's not. It's not filters. It's a simple setting. Hide other aircraft. I found it. There it is. There is his flight. There is the J.D. Vance flight. By the way, we still have the video also of, that's Flight Radar 24 again. We still have the video of the hotel outside of which Zelensky is staying. So In 24 minutes, there's supposed to be this press conference about Gene Hackman. Selena Wong of ABC News said a White House official told her that Zelensky, quote, picked a fight with Trump and was clearly, quote, disrespectful, which is why Trump demanded Zelensky leave the White House. Maybe I'll post on our social media that we're going to just cover the cover that press conference on this stream. I don't think at this point it's worth doing another stream. About the Gene Hackman press conference. What do you think? Should I just post on our social media that we're going to cover the Gene Hackman press conference on this stream? Because there still could be developments with this. So I kind of want to stick around and see what happens. Okay, I'm going to post that since we are still covering the Trump-Zelensky developments, we will show the Gene Hackman investigation sheriff's update on 5 p.m. at 5 p.m. ET during the Trump-Zelensky stream. Link to stream below. Okay. I just posted that on our X account just so people know that that's where we're going to be showing it. Because I had told people we're going to cover it. But this happened. Then this happened. There are some people out there. We might see Zelensky leave for his interview at Fox News. Yes, there was no press conference today between Zelensky and Trump. That was canceled. They didn't sign anything today. That was canceled. After what happened. Maybe in a little bit we'll play what happened again. But right now we have 20 minutes until the Gene Hackman sheriff's update. So I do want to play that. So for what it's worth, guys, the stream that was broadcasting from the White House press briefing room stopped. So, doesn't look like we're going to have any kind of White House live statement. There was a thought that maybe we would. Oh, I got video. I got the Gene Hackman press conference video. I'm going to ask this one more time. I could, so you guys watch the channel. I'll ask you, the viewers. You're watching right now. I could, if I do it right now, I could just end this stream and do a different stream for the Gene Hackman press conference. You guys are going to all say stay. You're all watching. You're going to just say leave it on, right? That's what everybody's going to say. Leave it on. What do you think? New stream or same stream? I'm looking at the chat messages right now. People are saying stay. People are saying don't start the new stream. Way more people are saying stay. Okay, well, I'm just going to, for the benefit of you watching, I'm going to put the video on the screen now for you. I might change the headline of the broadcast. All right, here's what I'm going to do. Hang on. Here's what I'll do. That's live, by the way. Oh, no, that's not what I want to do. Let me put this in the corner. Can I do that? Let's do this. I'll keep an eye on that other shot. Hang on. Can I put this up there? Where's 3? Where's 3? There. Switch this one. Okay, I'm going to leave the Zelensky hotel shot up there in the corner so you can see it. And you are looking at a live shot from Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I'll put that up there. That's live Santa Fe, New Mexico. Gene Hackman investigation update. Is that all going to fit? I'll just say Gene Hackman update. Okay. So we're just going to bring you this, we're going to just bring you it live. We're going to keep the Zelensky-Trump stream going, but we're bringing you the Gene Hackman press conference too. Should I temporarily change the title of the stream? Maybe I should do that. Maybe I will temporarily change the title of the stream to Gene Hackman press conference, at least on YouTube. All right, just to do this, I am going to, on YouTube, maybe on YouTube and Twitch, I'll change the title of the broadcast temporarily to Gene Hackman Investigation Press Conference. So bear with me while I do this. But I'm also covering the Zelensky-Trump thing. But just so people know we're covering it, I'm going to change the name of the stream temporarily.
How's it going?
Not too bad, man. Got some static on the mic, you said?
Yeah. Are you guys getting it too? Or?
I don't know. I'm about to test it.
To
yeah, he let me know, so I'm like, well.
Hang on a moment.
Do you want a sound check?
I'm gonna have to replace my headphones in a second.
Sound check. 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Guys, just so you know, give me a second.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Replace my
You're
headphones.
good?
The broadcast's
All
going
right,
to pause for like 2 seconds because I just took my headphones out. So give me a moment here. Give me a moment. All right, I'm back. Hang on 1 second. Hang on 1 second here.
Just let me know when you're ready, brother. Check, mic check 1. Check 1, check 2. Yeah, I don't hear any fuzzy either.
I have a typo. Oh, there's Zelensky. Oh, no, it's not Zelensky. I thought it was Zelensky. It's a guy with a beard like Zelensky. I thought we were missing Zelensky. I had a false alarm. Look, it sort of looks like him, doesn't it?
1, 2, 3. Testing.
But if you make it big, it's not him. Look, I was like, that's Zelensky. No, that's not Zelensky. It's a guy with a beard like Zelensky.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. My name's
Sorry
Denise
about that.
Womack Avila. I'm the Public Information Officer, Media Coordinator for the Sheriff's Office. I just wanted to come out and welcome you today. The Sheriff is going to be coming out to talk, as well as 2 other speakers. He will be taking some questions afterwards. So if you could think of one question from each agency that you'll have to ask, because he won't be able to touch on everyone.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Regina Ruiz, and I'm the Communications Director for the City of Santa Fe. And for those of you who are not from in town, I wanted to make sure I gave you the spellings and the titles for who you're going to be hearing from. We have 3 presenters today. It will be Sheriff Adan Mendoza, A-D-A-N, M-E-N-D-O-Z-A, and he is the Sheriff of Santa Fe County. We will also have our Santa Fe City Fire Chief, Brian Moya, B-R-I-A-N-M-O-Y-A. And we'll also have our Santa Fe City and County Film Commissioner, Jennifer Labar Tapia. Jennifer, common spelling, Labar, L-A, capital B-A-R, hyphen, Tapia, capital T-A-P-I-A. Jennifer will be speaking to the impact in the Santa Fe community, the film community, and our condolences to the family of Gene Hackman and Betsy. Fire Chief will be speaking to being the first responding agency and any determinations regarding testing the air at the home. And Sheriff Mendoza will be speaking to the investigation as the lead agency. So they will be out shortly, but again, we do ask that since there are a lot of media agencies, if you can start off with 1 question per agency, and then we can keep round robbing. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Hang on, I gotta put my other headphones on. Hopefully I can have this work. Give me a moment here. I gotta put my headphones on. Let's see if this works. Might pause for a second. I think we're good. I think we're good. Yes. We're all good. We're great. What is that? I'm sorry. Is Zelensky leaving his hotel? What just happened? I think Zelensky's leaving his hotel. Hey guys, I think Zelensky's leaving the hotel. Oh, I have a typo on the screen. I'll fix the typo. I think Zelensky is leaving his hotel. I think he just left the hotel, maybe to go to Fox News. Because he's supposed to do an interview at Fox News at 6 p.m. So, or go to some studio or something. Oopsie. Yeah, there's too much going on. It's very confusing. All right, so Zelensky just left. I'm going to get rid of that shot. That's a different shot. Hold on. Hang on. Hold 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 on. All right. Hold on. Get rid of this. Why am I seeing that one? All right. We want that one. We want get rid of that. We want to get rid of that. We got to fix the typo. Trying to do two things at once. Oh, I see. Sorry. Ridiculous. Why didn't this update? Oh, I didn't save. I gotta change the face. All right, hold on. Gotta change one more thing. All right, so we're waiting for the live update on the Gene Hackman investigation, where him and his wife were found dead in their house on Wednesday. And it's not clear what caused it. Police have said that they don't have any evidence that there was foul play, but they're not ruling it out. We're also still covering the whole situation with Zelensky and Trump, but we're taking a break right now to be able to show you this. And afterwards, we will go back to Zelensky-Trump coverage. So we're trying to cover both things.
To be continued.
John Hudson of the Washington Post reports that the Trump administration is considering ending all ongoing shipments of military aid to Ukraine in response to Zelensky's remarks in the Oval Office today and his perceived intransigence, stubbornness in the peace process per senior administration official. Now, they might not do it. Maybe that's being put out there as like a bargaining thing. But the Post says a senior administration official tells them that the Trump administration is considering ending all ongoing shipments of military aid to Ukraine. The official told, John Hudson says the official told the Washington Post that the decision would apply to billions of dollars of radars, vehicles, ammunition, and missiles awaiting shipment to Ukraine. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. So we'll have more coverage of the situation with Trump and Zelensky after this press update. I called it a press conference because I assume they're taking questions. Maybe it'll just be an immediate update where they said they're taking questions. They did say they were taking questions. So I think press conference is fair to say. And this is, I know a lot of you know this, but Gene Hackman, actor Gene Hackman and his wife were found dead in their home along with one of their dogs on Wednesday. And it is not clear what happened to them. But we have heard that the police have no evidence of foul play, at least that we've heard about, but they have not ruled it out. Their bodies were discovered in different parts of the house. Hold on a second. I think they're about to start this. Good. I think they're about to start right now.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here today. I'm Jennifer Labar-Tapia. I'm Santa Fe Film Commissioner. Today, Santa Fe and the film industry mourn the loss of two extraordinary individuals, Gene Hackman and Betsy Arcala. Gene was not only a legendary actor whose talent shaped generations of storytelling, but he and Betsy were also longtime residents of our community, deeply woven into the fabric of Santa Fe. His talent is for generations to come with all of his storytelling. Gene's legacy in film is unparalleled, spanning decades of unforgettable performances, including some that are filmed right here in Santa Fe. His work inspired countless artists, actors, and filmmakers, and his impact will continue to be felt for generations to come. But beyond Hollywood, Gene and Betsy were our neighbors who embraced the Santa Fe lifestyle and embraced Santa Fe as their home. Their kindness, generosity, and love for this city made them more than just icons, but they were a part of our family. Our thoughts are with their loved ones and all who knew them and admired them. We join the film industry, their family, their friends, and all the people of Santa Fe in honoring their memory. Thank you.
And now Santa Fe County Sheriff Adon Mendoza will speak, along with Fire Chief Brian Moya from the Santa Fe County City Fire Department.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sheriff Adán Mendoza, Sheriff for Santa Fe, New Mexico, Santa Fe County. On Wednesday, February 26, 2025, at approximately 1:45 p.m., Santa Fe County Sheriff's deputies were dispatched to 1425 Old Sunset Trail, where Gene Hackman, 95, and his wife Betsy Arakawa, 65, and a dog were found deceased. An individual arrived to perform maintenance on the residence, became concerned after receiving no answer, and contacted neighborhood security to conduct a welfare check. Security then checked on the residence and observed Mr. Hackman and Miss Arakawa on the ground unresponsive through a window and called 911. Deputies arrived and gained access to the residence, where they observed Mrs. Arakawa deceased. They continued the search of their home and located Mr. Hackman in a separate area of the residence, also deceased. A German Shepherd was also found deceased, and 2 other dogs who appeared healthy were located on the property. Deputies then secured the scene and notified the Criminal Investigations Division. Due to the unusual circumstances of 2 decedents in the residence, there was a concern for scene safety. Santa Fe City fire personnel and the New Mexico Gas Company were requested to the scene to test for carbon monoxide or other foreign elements. The scene was deemed safe, and approximately 9:30 p.m., a search warrant was issued and executed on the residence. Now, collected from the residence, from this search warrant, there were 2 green in color cell phones, 2 bottles of medication, 1 bottle of over-the-counter Tylenol, My Request medical records, and a 2025 monthly planner calendar. Those items were secured from the residence for evidentiary purposes. The Santa Fe Animal Control Division worked with family to ensure the safety of the 2 surviving dogs. Investigation personnel worked diligently throughout the night and morning to process the scene for evidence. It should be noted there were no apparent signs of foul play. In the early hours of Thursday, February 27, 2025, Mr. Hackman and Ms. Arakawa were transported to the office of the medical investigator. An autopsy was performed. Initial findings noted no external trauma to either individual. The manner and cause of death has not been determined. The official results of the autopsy and toxicology reports are pending. Just today, I spoke to Dr. Jarrell, the pathologist from the New Mexico Office of the Medical Investigator. This was at 2:00 p.m. today. She advised that there were several tests that were submitted to be expedited. She revealed to me the following information. Both individuals tested negative for carbon monoxide. An initial interrogation was conducted of Mr. Hackman's pacemaker. This revealed that his last event was recorded on February 17, 2025. I was advised that a more thorough investigation will be completed. That'll conclude my statement. I will take a few questions, just so everybody knows, this is an active investigation still. I'll take questions.
Sure. Based on what you know about the conditions of both the bodies, who do you believe died first?
That's a very hard thing to determine. Even with the assistance of OMI, we asked that question because that's a question that we want answered. That's a very hard determination to make, and I don't think even OMI could make that determination based on the initial autopsy. Any other questions?
Mr. Sheriff, in that 2025 planner that was mentioned in the search warrant return, were there events scheduled for either member of the couple for the coming weeks?
Again, that'll be part of our investigation. We will look and try to gain access to the cell phones. We'll be analyzing cell phone data, phone calls, text messages, events, photos in the cell phone to try to piece a timeline together. One of the things is in an investigation is we try to piece a timeline together, usually before the event happens, and that gives us a lot of information. But in this case, it seems like we're doing a reverse timeline. We're doing a timeline from the time of death and the autopsy and the results, and we're going to start working our way backwards. We're going to do both, and then hopefully make a determination what may have happened to both the individuals.
Sasha.
When you were saying the last event on the pacemaker was February 17th, would that kind of give you a sign that's probably the day that he died, so they've been dead for about 10 days?
According to the pathologist, I think that is a very good assumption that was his last day of life.
Is there any surveillance video?
Why are the pills such important evidence?
I'm sorry?
The pills.
Okay.
The finding of the pills being such important evidence, and could that have been part of the cause of death?
Well, of course, they're important evidence. These are things that I think are important for the pathologist and OMI to consider to try to make a determination what the cause and manner of death are. So all that information is collected, not just for us, but we can provide that information to the pathologist and OMI so they can try and make a determination of what the manner and cause is. And I think that's important for OMI also.
Sheriff, was there any surveillance video, and is that helping you to determine what may have led up to this?
That's a good question, and that question's been asked. So, I respect the Mr. Hackman's and Ms. Arakawa's regard for privacy. I think everybody here understands that they were very private individuals and a very private family. There is no surveillance, as we know of right now, in the interior of the residence or the exterior of the residence that is going to help us determine a timeline or events that happened.
Do we think she was outside?
Sir?
Tom Hansen with CBS News. Have investigators been able to get into the obtained cell phones?
Not at this time. We have them in our possession. Those were collected yesterday. It's going to take a process. We do have software, and we may have to reach out to other agencies for assistance to get past, if they're password protected, to get past the passwords and gain access to that information. So this is some other things that it's going to take a little bit of time.
Sheriff, is there any information on the dog?
There are names, Nikhil McClellan from the Albuquerque Journal, there are names on prescription bottles. Do we know any idea as to who was taking any of those medications?
Yeah, due to HIPAA, I don't want to release who the medication was prescribed to or what the medication is. I think there's a HIPAA concern there, so I won't release that information.
Sheriff, do you know the nature of the pills that were found by his wife? What were those pills there?
What were they? Yeah, I think I just answered that question. I think I stated I'm not going to release the actual medication or who it was prescribed to due to HIPAA questions. Sir. I think that's a question for the pathologist. It's with that information, I'm assuming that at the time of death that they were negative for carbon monoxide, which means to me that that is possibly ruled out. That's another conversation I think that we will have with the pathologist and OMI to make sure that that's still not indication, but it sounds like that's ruled out.
Were there any signs that Betsy was under any form of distress?
I don't have that information. Again, I didn't personally see the individuals, so there's no indication that there was any stress. There was no indication of any of that I can tell or that I can share, unfortunately. Hold on. Anybody else? I know you've asked a question.
Sheriff, was there any significance to the space heater being located near her head, that detail, and any more information about how the dogs died?
No, I don't think the space, now that we've ruled out carbon monoxide, unless there's something else that comes back in the toxicology report, that we have to look, we're going to look at everything, right? We have photographs, we've documented everything that was close to the body in the room, then we'll look at that a little closer. But right now, there's no indication that has anything to do with it.
Were you able to determine whether they fell or not? Like, was there any trauma evidence on the bodies to suggest a fall?
No, I don't think there was any indication that again there was no trauma indicated on the body. I'm assuming if they would have fell or injured themselves or a head injury or brain injury, that would have been discovered by the pathologist. So I'm going to say that they weren't.
Just to follow up, you saw the sunglasses and cane on the floor, according to the reports. That would seem to go against that.
That's up to the detective and OMI to work out. I'm gonna take two more questions, and then that's gonna be it, sir.
Can you say what the space heater was powered by? Was it a gas powered or electric powered space heater?
I don't know that information right off the top. Sir.
How long do you think we'll have more concrete answers of what happened?
Again, we're waiting for the autopsy results and the toxicology. The doctor, the pathologist, shared that information, which I think some tests were expedited. And so she shared that information with me because she thought it was relevant to the case and important for the public to know. I don't know. I don't know when the cause and the manner will be determined officially, or when the toxicology results come. I'm assuming the pathologist will wait for the toxicology to come back, so that'll help her make her decision on what the cause and manner is. It could be months or 3 months or longer, in my experience. One more question.
When is the last known contact with either Betsy or Jean?
Again, that's been one of our challenges because of their privacy. So one of the challenges is trying to determine that timeline. I think the event of the pacemaker gives us an idea, but we're gonna sift through the cell phone records. We're gonna go through the planner. We're contacting workers, maintenance workers, family members, security. We're gonna be talking to security. It's a secure subdivision. There's in and out that I believe is documented. So we're working with them to try and determine, when the last contact was, and that'll help us put together the timeline. So thank you, everybody. I hope this answered some questions. And again, if we get more information, we will release that. I know there is concern and interest in Mr. Hackman and Mrs. Arakawa, and I just appreciate your patience. Thank you.
I guess that's it. We did hear in that press conference that the bodies of Gene Hackman and his wife, Betsy Arakawa, tested negative for carbon monoxide. Also, the last event of Gene Hackman's pacemaker was February 17th, which the sheriff said would suggest that he died. They haven't concluded that for sure, but it suggests that he died on February 17th, which is 9 days before the bodies were found, because the bodies were found on Wednesday, the 26th. So apparently, Gene Hackman's had died 9 days before the body was found. I can't say in terms of his wife if she died at the exact same time or not. Hold on a second here. Hang on a moment. So that was the big new information, I think, that we got from that press conference. Also, he did say it could take a while to get the toxicology and autopsy reports back and the determination from the pathologist. He said it could take months. So, anyways, I wanted to just show you that. We're going to jump back over to the Trump Zelensky stuff in a second. One of our viewers said, well, would they do an autopsy on the dog? I assume the dog who died, they will look at that and see if it gives them information. Yeah, and one dog passed away. That dog was in a kennel. There were two other dogs who were not in a kennel, who could actually had access to the outside of the house, and they did not pass away. So, as to why, if Gene Hackman had died on the 17th and they weren't found until the 26th, is that because they just were pretty private and they didn't really talk to other people regularly? I can't say. I also don't know, did she pass away at the exact same time, basically the same time as him or not? I don't know. She was found in the bathroom. There was a bunch of pills near her, but we don't know what those pills were. We don't know if she took any of the pills or what. So, we don't know. Yeah, and some of our viewers think the dog might have died from no water or no food and water. But if I have big updates on that, I'll let you know. I'll post it on my X account. If there's some big press conference on it, maybe we'll cover it again. Okay, so I'm glad we were able to show you guys that. Hold on. Hold on, it's not over. It's not over. Look, they're back. Wait a second. I think the fire department is speaking. I thought it was over. Look, they're setting up again. I guess, did they like forget to speak? What's happening here?
You guys can ask me some questions.
Sorry, they just came back out. They just came back out.
Let me just introduce you real quick.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and take some questions from Fire Chief Brian Moya. The fire department was the first responding agency. When they entered and saw one of the deceased, they called the sheriff's department and waited for the sheriff's department to respond. So the scope of what Fire Chief can speak to is specifically that initial response, not the investigation, but the testing when we were talking about the carbon monoxide. So Chief will be able to answer those questions as far as what has his department tested, how often, and when.
Yeah, Chief, talk about that.
Yeah. So what we started with on the day of the event was we wanted to make sure our people were safe. So we did use our monitors from the Santa Fe Fire Department. We monitored throughout the house the whole time while we were looking for the second victim. And we made sure that it was safe for the Sheriff's Department and the Fire Department to be in the house during that time. So that's what we were mostly monitoring for. To add to that, yesterday we did go back again at the request of the Sheriff's Department to do another monitor to make sure that they were safe for them to do it again. So we did not pick up anything on our monitors, the Santa Fe Fire Department's monitors at all.
As first responders, you often, come to these scenes. We know 2 dogs survived. Any indication on how they were able to survive more than a week?
Yeah, so the door to the back side of the house was open from what my paramedics told me. So I think they were able to go outside a little bit. I don't know about food. That was not part of what I was able to see or do.
Water?
That I don't know either. But they were able to go in and out of the house through an open door in the back side of the house.
Chief, given that the firefighters were first on the scene, I know that the 2 dissidents were found in different rooms of the house, but do you know how far away they were?
I don't know how far they were. They didn't give me that information.
And then, this might not be up your alley, but do you know what tests are being run on the dog who died?
So that would have to be asked to the sheriff. Yeah, that's out of my wheelhouse, sorry. So we checked the whole house. They told me they went through the whole house. It took them about 30 minutes. So we made sure that we went through the entire house the whole time, made sure, carbon monoxide's low. So they checked for that. There was not finding anything. So everything we had on our monitors were clean across the board as long as we were there.
So there was no gas leak?
That I was aware of, that from our monitors, we didn't find anything per the fire department's rules.
Do you know if Gene Hackman wore like a life alert or some sort of device that he could press if he were incapacitated?
Nobody told me that information from what I gathered from my team.
From what your team did gather, was there any indication that the pills that were found there was an attempt to take those pills?
Yeah, that wouldn't be part of my team's investigation. Our team saw that there was deceased, there was no life-saving measures, and that was what we did as our team. We didn't have anything involvement in that part at all.
Are there any other gases that would be in a house that could have the effects of like carbon monoxide?
Yeah, so we have our meters do multiple readings across multiple spectrums. I won't go into that details, but none of our meters picked up anything in the house. So all of our meters were 0 across the board, and so that was clearly done, and that was mostly for our safety too. Was the sheriff's department was there for a long time, the fire department was there for a long time. We wanted to make sure our people were safe and there was no hazards in the room. Yes, ma'am.
You said that the doors were open. Would we be able to find any indication of carbon monoxide if the doors were open still?
So if there was that big of a leak, we could have happened. I think the problem was we don't know how long they were down for. So it could have been, I would probably, in my instance, if it was a propane house, maybe the propane would have ran out by then, but it was natural gas. And, that's a metered thing in that neighborhood, so it could have ran. So per our determination, I don't think that our meters would have picked something up if we would have still had a leak in there.
Thank you. And Chief, is it possible they could have been exposed and not show up later on?
That would have to be pushed to the sheriff's department. I wouldn't know that detail. I'm sorry.
Was it your firefighters who found the deceased dog in the closet?
The sheriff's department found that.
Okay. So
yeah.
We don't know if that door was locked or unlocked?
We don't. That was all in the sheriff's department. My team, they went in, found the first victim, waited until the sheriff's department arrived. They stepped back out. Then they found the second victim, once we did our determination that the fire department wasn't needed besides doing the gas detection, then they released us from the scene. So we were not there more than maybe an hour and a half total, and then the fire department was released back to work.
The warrant mentioned mummification for these victims. Was the decomposition similar for both, or could you tell that one may have died before the other?
I will let the sheriff answer that question. I'm a lot more restricted on the HIPAA rules than the sheriff's department is, so I would have to let the sheriff answer that question.
Can you just describe what mummification means, though, like what that looks like when you?
So if somebody was down for a long time, you know, their hands could be blackened and stuff to that nature. They could have no eyes. Their eyes could have been gone by that time if it's been that long time ago. There could be no smell. It could happen. So my indication is we don't know how long they were down. My team's main focus was to find out that they were deceased. There was no further stuff that we could do. If any opportunity to bring them back alive, that was not happening, and so we wrote it up that way.
You've been in the fire department for a long time. Can you explain to us or educate us how long does it take when someone has passed away that the mummification or the rigor mortis start, just so we can get an idea?
It would be over 2 weeks. Yeah, I've been with the department a long time, so yes, it would be that. Any other questions for me?
Do you have any information on the square footage of the house? How many rooms, bathrooms, that kind of thing?
All that my team told me was it was very large. It was not an easy house to get through, and it took a long time to find all the rooms. So it was not something a normal house most of us live in that can be done in 5 or 10 minutes.
The 911 call, the caller from the 911 call said that he couldn't get inside the house. He said that the door was open by the time your team got there. Was it a different part of the house?
So I don't know if my team, the door was unlocked, so the door was closed. So my team opened the door, saw the victim, stepped back out and waited till sheriffs arrived. So he might not have tried the door like we did. So that's what we did first. Our team was safe enough that they thought it was safe enough to enter the home because they could see through the window. So my team can assume that they could enter when they opened the door. We tried it before we pry. The fire department are a little more manly. We just break doors down. We tried it. It opened. They saw them, and then they stepped back and waited.
You said that the doors were open, so the dogs were going in and out. So the door would have to be open.
So there was a different door farther down in the home that was cracked open that the sheriff's department found farther in the home, not the main front door.
Do you plan to investigate any of the other residencies in the area to see if there's any other concerns with carbon monoxide or anything?
So what we will do is that would be a 911 call. So somebody would have to call our home, or let us know that we would like to be checked out. We do that. That's part of what we do as the fire department in Santa Fe. But they would have to call us. We wouldn't just knock on somebody's door and say we'll check up carbon monoxide, but they would call for us. Any other questions for me? Yeah, thank you guys. Sorry I didn't answer earlier. I figured you didn't want to talk to me once the toxicology report came out. So thank you. Yeah, thank you.
All right, nice of him to come out and answer questions. Yeah, I mean, one thing he said is that the fire department monitors didn't pick up like any carbon monoxide or any other gas, you know, so, I mean, we don't know for sure, but he was just saying they didn't pick up any kind of like hazardous material, hazardous gas leaking anywhere. So maybe it wasn't, maybe it was, you know, and we heard the bodies tested negative for carbon monoxide. So maybe it wasn't some kind of gas in the place. I'm going to go back in a second to the Zelensky coverage, Zelensky-Trump coverage. Let me go back to that. But we got you that update. And we'll obviously, you know, we're waiting, as the sheriff said, for the autopsy, the toxicology reports. Maybe that'll tell us what happened. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to switch back to, give me a moment here. What I need to do is, yeah, Trump is departing for Florida, but I don't have access to that video. All right, that event is over. I do have a live White House shot just for right now. Here is the White House. Hold on, I'll do it this way. Just for right now, I'll throw this on the screen for you. Is this going to work? Hold on. Okay, that's obviously not Santa Fe, New Mexico. It's Washington, D.C. Okay, that's that. And then let me just adjust the title of the video back to what it originally was, so it's not confusing to everyone. I had changed it for a moment. Hang on. Do that. Good, great. We'll do this. Do that. And we will do on. Do that. I just have to replace the thumbnail. Give me about 30 more seconds here to just get the everything, the description back to where it was before, so it doesn't say Gene Hackman anymore. Good, and the last thing I have to do is just change the title back on Twitch. Let me do that. At 6 p.m., by the way, on Fox News, Zelensky is supposed to get interviewed on Fox News at 6 p.m. Apparently, that's still happening. Okay. Oh, and obviously, we got to change the headline here. Okay, now, gotta fix that. Why is this there? All right, give me a quick moment here. Oh, I just saw something here. There's a new video of Trump leaving the White House, which I don't have access to, but there's a video of him talking outside the White House, which Nancy Cordes posted. Let me just, give me a second. I'm going to listen to this. Give me 1 second. Let me listen to this. It's about 30 seconds long. Let me hear what he had to say, and then I'll tell you what he said. Give me a moment. So he said he's got to say, I want to make peace, Trump said. He can't stand there and say Putin this, Putin that. He's talking to reporters, I guess, a short while ago. Let me see what else Trump said. Trump also repeated he doesn't have the cards. He has to say he wants to make peace. That's from Nancy Cordes of CBS News. I just watched the video clip. Yes, I don't have the video. I cannot show you the video of Trump leaving, flying away. I don't have the rights to that video. He's at Joint Base Andrews, but I don't have the rights to it. He's there now. Gabriel says he said the same things anyway. At least in the video I saw, it wasn't really different than what he said in the meeting. Melissa Banks says, I'd like to be a fly in that plane. I'm going to post a link for you guys of that short video of Trump outside the White House. I'm posting it right now. I just posted it from Nancy Cortez. You can check it out. Now, I assume most of you know what happened, but some of you might not know what happened. So we might, before the end of the stream, we might one more time play the what happened in the Oval Office. I mean, I can describe what happened, but there's really nothing like actually seeing what happened. Yeah, Black Irish and some other viewers are mentioning what I just said before about the 6 p.m. interview on Fox. I guess maybe I'll stay on the air until that to see what he says on Fox. Again, I can't show the interview, but I wouldn't mind just watching it while we're on the air and then talking about what he says. By the way, a big thanks to our moderators. I really appreciate it, who have been here today. We have let me just name some of our moderators. Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai, 3 Surly Dev, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, Kay Lowry Body. Thank you, Kay. Also, thanks to our subscriber over there on Facebook, like Michael Clayton. Margaret Riley's moderating, thank you. Aaron Van Ness who's subscribing over on Facebook, thank you. Robert Rial II, thanks for subscribing on Facebook. Also, our YouTube moderators like Sabrina and Ruth Krafasi, thank you. Robert's May Queen. And all of our other moderators. The sirens in Kyiv. I saw a short while ago there was some sirens being reported in Kyiv. That's a regular occurrence. It happens all the time. Kyiv is regularly attacked by Russia. So, I mean, there's obviously an importance in that happening in and of itself. It's not a big new change in the situation. I don't think it's my guess is that it's not. There's no reason to. I don't see why that would be a response to what happened today. I mean, because it's just been a regular occurrence. Just a couple days ago, I believe there was the biggest drone attack on Kyiv by Russia since the start of the war. Oh, hold on a second. There is a video. Do I have access to this video? No, I don't. CNN right now is showing a video of Trump talking to reporters. One of our viewers said News Nation was showing it. I don't have that video right now. It's a video I don't have the rights to. I'm seeing a bit of it, but I don't have the rights to it. Hold on. No. Maybe at some point it'll be posted in a way I have the rights to it. But I don't have the rights to that video of him talking as he was leaving the White House. Oh, I might have it in a second. I think I'm going to have it in a second. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. I might be just about to get the video of him talking outside the White House. I think I'm about to get that, guys. So just give me a moment. Let me get this up on the screen here for you. Give me a moment here. I'm about to, it's happening. All right, I got it. Let me put it on the screen. Can I get it on the screen real quick? Hang on. I'm putting it on the screen right now for you. Hang on one moment. Hang on, I'm about to get it on the screen for you. I got it. Here, I got it. Give me a moment. I'm setting it up. I have it for you. It's recorded. I'm going to play you the video that you're seeing on some of the news channels right now. I have it for you. Just give me a second. and I will play it for you. This is Trump leaving the White House. Okay, hang on. I'm going to give it to you right now. Here it is. Here it is. Oh, hold on. That one. There, I got it. And this is going to be moments ago. Are you ready for the Trump speaking? Here is Trump outside the White House speaking to the media moments ago. There he is. Hopefully this works. I'm going to press play. Oh, you need volume. We're not hearing volume. Let's try this again. Here we go.
We have a big event tomorrow night, a big MAGA event, Make America Great Again. And it's setting records, and otherwise I'd rather be right now at the White House. But we're doing the big event tomorrow night. Apple is investing $500 billion. Think of that. And that's going to be a lot. It's going to be a tremendous investment. I guess the biggest investment anybody's ever made in the country at one time. But they're going to be investing a lot of money, $500 billion. We have many other companies have just announced they're coming in. A lot of it's because of how we're doing. We've done a great turnaround in a little more than 30 days, but the country's really doing well, really doing well. We're respected again all over the world. If you look, we had the Japanese Prime Minister. We had the Prime Minister yesterday of UK, as you know. We had the Prime Minister of India. We have another 20 Prime Ministers and Presidents wanting to come. And it's very good feeling. I think our country has really turned around. We had a meeting today, as you know, with President Zelensky, and I would say it didn't work out exactly great from...
Hang on, I'm going to play this for you. I want to just, there's a little bit of a difference between the audio and the video, and I think I can maybe fix that. I don't know, it might be the source. Let me just try doing something really fast, and then all right, let's see, that might have, if that doesn't fix it, it's on the source. So I'm going to rewind for 5 seconds, and I'll let you hear what he has to say. Hold on.
Very good feeling. I think our country has really turned around. We had a meeting today, as you know, with President Zelensky, and I would say it didn't work out exactly great from his standpoint. I think he very much overplayed his hand. We're looking for peace. We're not looking for somebody that's going to sign up as strong power and then not make peace because they feel emboldened, and that's what I saw happening. I'm looking for peace. We're not looking to go into a 10-year war and...
Stand by. What happened to the video? Hold on, it's coming back. It's coming back. It'll come back. Maybe they're going to fix the audio video sync thing. It's coming back. Give it a second. Here, there it is.
So thank you very much. So I just want to say we're going down to Florida. We have a big event tomorrow night.
Okay, just so you know what happened, it looks like they had an issue with the video and they restarted it. So I'm just going to play this from the start. I'm getting it from AFP. So hang on. You can listen to this again, and then he'll say what he has today. This is moments ago from the White House. Here we go.
Big MAGA event, Make America Great Again. And it's setting records, and otherwise I'd rather be right now at the White House. But we're doing the big event tomorrow night. We had some big news this week, as you know, because Apple is investing $500 billion. Think of that. And that's going to be a lot. It's going to be a tremendous investment. I guess the biggest investment anybody's ever made in the country at one time. But they're going to be investing a lot of money, $500 billion. We have many other companies have just announced they're coming in. A lot of it's because of how we're doing. We've done a great turnaround in a little more than 30 days, but the country's really doing well, really doing well. We're respected again all over the world. If you look, we had the Japanese Prime Minister. We had the Prime Minister yesterday of UK, as you know. We had the Prime Minister of India. We have another 20 Prime Ministers and Presidents wanting to come. And it's very good feeling. I think our country has really turned around. We had a meeting today, as you know, with President Zelensky, and I would say it didn't work out exactly great from his standpoint. I think he very much overplayed his hand. We're looking for peace. We're not looking for somebody that's going to sign up a strong power and then not make peace because they feel emboldened, and that's what I saw happening. I'm looking for peace. We're not looking to go into a 10-year war and play games. We want peace. And it was just my impression that if we do that, if we sign up, he's looking for something that I'm not looking for. He's looking to go on and fight. We're looking to end the death. 2,000 people died this week. Soldiers, more than that, but 2,000 approximately people died this week. Young Ukrainians and Russians. And somebody would say, why do you care about Ukraine and Russian soldiers? I care about them. I care about everybody. And we're not doing that. Now, if we don't do anything, he's going to have to make peace, but he's dealing with a very weak set of cards. If we sign, he's dealing with a very strong set of cards, and then he doesn't want to make peace. So that's where we are. It's very simple. I'm not looking to get into anything protracted. I want immediate peace. President Putin is going to want to make, and he wants to end it. And you saw what I saw today. This is a man that wants to get us signed up and keep fighting, and we're not doing that, not for this country. So we're setting a lot of records. Economically, we're setting records, and I think every way we're setting records. One of the best is the right track, wrong track. You saw that. We're on the right track for the first time in over 27 years. People are impressed with that. The other thing is the feeling about our country. The feeling is great. It's up 48% on feeling on business. And that's the record we've never had. There's never been a record where we've ever gone up that much in such a short period of time. So we're doing really well. And I guess some of you are coming with us. And if you are, I hope you're going to have a good flight. What? He's got to say, I want to make peace. He doesn't have to stand there and say about Putin this, Putin that, and all negative things. He's got to say, I want to make peace. I don't want to fight a war any longer. His people are dying. He doesn't have the cards, just so you understand it, okay? I can tell you.
Did you tell Zelensky to leave the White House?
I don't have to tell you that. Go ahead. I think you know the answer to that. What? Wait. Look, I don't trust or distrust anybody. I just want to get a deal done. And if the deal happens, good. But you can't embolden somebody that does not have the cards, and all of a sudden that person says, oh, well, now I can keep fighting. We're not going to keep fighting. You're going to get the war done or let them go and see what happens. Let them fight it out. I want anybody that's going to make peace. If he's capable of making peace, which he may or may not be, but I want somebody that's going to make peace. Again, he doesn't have the cards. When we sign up, he's got all of the cards. That doesn't mean he can fight. He's got to stop the fighting, stop the death. He's losing hundreds of thousands of soldiers. It's time to stop the death. Say it. Well, he says he wants it now. He wants to come back right now, but I can't do that. I can't do that. They should have an immediate ceasefire. That was the other thing. He didn't want to do about ceasefire. A ceasefire could take place immediately. A contract, if you want to end the war, you sign up an agreement. That's going to take a period of time. It takes time. I want it to end immediately. And I think if you had a ceasefire, it would be a ceasefire, a real one, that would end it. But he doesn't want to do that. That's fine. Do a better deal. I want it to end immediately. I want a ceasefire now. He says, oh, I don't want a ceasefire. Well, all of a sudden, he's a big shot because he has the U.S. on his side. Either we're going to end it or let him fight it out. And if he fights it out, it's not going to be pretty. Because without us, he doesn't win. Let me tell you. It doesn't matter what I'm considering. I'm just telling you. You saw what I saw today. That was not a man that wanted to make peace. And I'm only interested if he wants to end the bloodshed. Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, so that was President Trump. So this thing he kept saying is that Zelensky doesn't want to make peace. He wants to sign a deal and keep fighting. So I'm a little confused by that, but I just want to clarify something. So there's lots of different ceasefires that could be signed. There's much to be negotiated in a ceasefire. For example, how much land that Russia has occupied of Ukraine would Russia give back? A lot? A little? None? What are the terms of all of this? Any ceasefire is going to have all kinds of terms. What about Ukraine's future relations with NATO? Is Russia going to say, oh, we're not going to sign a ceasefire unless you, Ukraine, and you, NATO countries, promise to never have Ukraine in NATO? So there's all kinds of terms. It's not like there's one possible ceasefire and you either sign it or don't. There's infinite number of possible ceasefires. You can have all kinds of different ceasefire possibilities. So I'm not sure what the specific. We don't know the specifics of the ceasefire negotiations. There's never been a release of like, this is the one ceasefire proposal that they're all considering. I haven't seen any. I mean, at this point, we were just expecting U.S. and Ukraine to be working towards some kind of natural resources deal, where Ukraine would give the U.S. some sort of access to its natural resources. Then it wasn't really clear what the U.S. would be offering Ukraine in return. Maybe some sort of security guarantee, but we're not sure. So just to be clear, we have no idea what the ceasefire proposal or proposals on the table is. So I just want to be clear on that. But it's not like there's one ceasefire proposal and you just say yes or no. The various parties would need to work out, what does a ceasefire look like? What are the terms of the ceasefire? So I don't even know what those are. Again, Trump keeps saying that Zelensky doesn't want peace. Maybe he means that Zelensky doesn't want the kind of ceasefire we want. Look, if Russia said, we'll pull out of Ukraine and you can have your land back, I'm sure Zelensky would accept that. So my guess is that the debate is not over fighting or not fighting. My guess is the debate is over, what does a ceasefire look like? What are the terms of the ceasefire? And we just don't know what I have have they really been discussing that, and what has been discussed and what proposals are there? Has Russia said what? There's all this speculation about what Russia would put up with or what Russia would accept or not accept. I just don't know. Okay. Anyway, so I just wanted to clarify that. Oh, BNO News says that Zelensky was just interviewed by Brett Baer, and it's going to air on Fox News at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So I don't know if if BNO News had a feed, but apparently, and I can't show you the interview, but I'm going to put it on here and watch it myself. Maybe you guys want to watch it while we're broadcasting. But in 7 minutes, the Zelensky interview is going to air on Fox News. Okay? So I'm going to get my TV on here so I can watch it to Fox News. And also when he says that Zelensky wants to keep fighting, just to be clear, so Russia is invading Ukraine and Ukraine is fighting back. So, I mean, maybe when Trump says Zelensky wants to keep fighting, he means, well, he wants to fight until he gets certain concessions. But to be clear, the dynamics of what's going on is Ukraine is defending their land or trying to recover the land that Russia has taken. Now, they have some land in Kursk, Russia, which, there's different theories on why they've taken a bit of land in Kursk, Russia. But one theory is that they actually want to bargain that land away for some of the Ukrainian land. But just to be clear, this whole thing, what kicked this whole thing off was Russia invading Ukraine and Ukraine defending itself. So it's not like this whole thing started with Ukraine going across the border and attacking Russia. But I don't know what the different positions are, and I have not seen really reporting on this, of what Ukraine would want out of a ceasefire, what Russia would want out of a ceasefire. Is there a ceasefire deal that both of those sides would be okay with? I have no idea. And we have not heard from President Trump. He did not say there, this is what the terms of the ceasefire would be. So maybe we'll get more. Well, we're going to hear from President Zelensky coming up. But there's no like this is the one ceasefire proposal. There's all kinds of different possible ceasefires with different terms. By the way, a quick thanks to Ellen Zen, Captain Jerry Donnelly for your support, System Unknown, who says Air Force One is airborne. Yeah, President Trump is flying to Florida tonight. That was scheduled. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ken Lance, Diane Franich, Sergey, Bebop and Rocksteady, Jason Carlton, Marnie, thank you. Musec21, L Train for your support, Purple Haze, Kender, Babs, and Savage Beastie over on Twitch. Thanks for your support. All right, so in 4 minutes, Zelensky is speaking on Fox News. Now, I can't play that interview, but we can watch it together. I can't play it, though. So you'll have to turn it on where you are. Thanks, Zabine. Zabine thinks this was staged and planned. Thank you, Zabine. Zabine thinks more Europeans, Canadians, and Australians are moving away from the U.S. You can watch the interview on Fox News. I don't know that Fox Live Now would be broadcasting it on YouTube. Maybe they will, but I just have Fox News on my TV, so that's where I'm going to watch it. Okay, I'm going to put a caption on the screen. I'm going to say, Hang on. Let's see. See if this works. Ready? It's going to say, I am watching the Zelensky interview now on Fox News. So I'll put that up on the screen so people won't be like, why are you not saying anything or doing anything? Oh, let me also do this. And then if I hear anything big, I can turn the audio on myself and just tell you about what I'm seeing. Here's a little summary here. Hold on. Trump calls for a, quote, immediate ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia, but doubts Zelensky wants peace. Oh, what happened here? What happened here? I have it on the wrong channel. There it is. The 1 minute until Zelensky interview on Fox News. 1 minute. Yes, that is definitely happening. It's going to start in a minute on Fox News. Martin Slotenvan says in the Netherlands, huge newspapers all making pro-Zelensky news items. Wow, all one side. Maybe Martin is there. I can't confirm that. I am not there. Dennis Van Onman says, so crazy right now. All right, I'm looking at Fox News. The previous program is ending. The 5 is ending on Fox News. And then I'm looking at Fox News. Brett Baer is on. I see Brett Baer on my screen on Fox News. He says, I'm Brett Baer. I'm looking at it. Oh, you know what? Maybe I can watch it with the captions on. Although I don't know that that's going to really... The captions sometimes don't work very well. So if you turn it on Fox News right now... No, I can't just play the audio from the TV. That still would be stealing their interview. If you turn it on your TV right now and you turn it on Fox News, you can see the interview. It's not airing yet. It's not airing yet. But I'm going to watch it right now. Barb Fisher says, can't get it on YouTube. Maybe they'll make it available later. Oh, hold on. They're showing it right now. All right, I'm going to mute myself. I'm muting myself for a second because I think they're about to show it. Hang on here. I'm going to put my text up on the screen. Oh, no, they're not showing it yet. They just showed a brief clip of it. Right now, he's talking to Jackie Heinrich. We just saw these comments from Trump where he said he wants an immediate ceasefire and warned President Zelensky to make peace or lose support. He said that is not a man who wanted to make peace. Again, I don't think Zelensky wants to have war just to have war. I think the issue here is what the peace would look like. I'm sure that Zelensky would prefer to not, and Ukraine would prefer to not being in a war where Russia is invading them. But the question is, what does the ceasefire deal look like? So it sounds like Trump thinks he should be agreeing to a deal that Zelensky does not want to agree to. For example, Zelensky said in the meeting with Trump and J.D. Vance today, he had questions about whether he wants some guarantees from the allies like the US because he doesn't think Putin can be trusted. Trump said he believes Putin is ready for a peace deal. But again, what does the deal look like? I don't think Putin is ready for a peace deal where he gives back all the land Russia has taken from Ukraine. I'm waiting for the interview to start on Fox News. It hasn't started yet. We'll check it out. We will check it out. Well, I'll check. We can check it out on our own. I can't show it, but I'm gonna watch it and talk to you about it. Hang on a moment here. Jackie Heinrich is still speaking on Fox. Here's a headline. Trump cuts short talks with Ukraine Zelensky after Oval Office blow-up. All right, the interview started. I got to turn it up. The interview just started. The interview started.
You disrespected him and the Vice President and all of America in the Oval Office. Do you think you did? And do you think you owe an apology to President Trump?
Oops, sorry. I got to mute myself. I'm watching it right now. Turn it on Fox News. I can't play the audio for you. All right, did you guys watch that? Sorry for the pause in the broadcast, but I was watching the interview on Fox News. I know some of you guys watched it. Basically, I wrote some notes down. Zelensky didn't, he was asked if he wanted to apologize. He said he regretted that this was done, that this happened publicly today. He wants there to be better relations between the U.S. and he wants, this spat to go away, and he wants to improve the relations. He thinks the relationship could be salvaged between him and Trump, but he didn't say, I'm sorry and I feel. He didn't say he felt he did anything wrong today. He did feel bad that it happened in public, though. And look, he kept saying security guarantees. He's saying that, that Ukraine is very worried. President Zelensky and Ukraine are very worried that some kind of deal is going to happen with Russia. And then in the future, Putin is going to decide, well, I'm going to attack them again. And he wants protection for that. Remember, there's going to be terms to this agreement. So, for example, something that's going to get negotiated is, what kind of military can Ukraine have? From what I understand, a Russian demand might be that Ukraine demilitarize, for example. So, if you're Ukraine, you don't want to accept that kind of demand unless you don't want to put yourself in a position where you're vulnerable to being attacked in 3 years by Putin, unless you think that that you're going to get defended and you're going to get helped by other countries. So Zelensky really wants some sort of commitment before entering to some ceasefire that could, in theory, make Ukraine vulnerable in years to come. He wants a commitment from other countries to help protect him if Putin decides to change his mind and start attacking Ukraine again. So he kept saying, he has said this again and again and again, security guarantees. Security guarantees. Whatever that is. I don't know what it is. President Trump has said he's not willing to commit troops to, like the UK and France have done, they said they've been willing to put troops in as peacekeepers. President Trump yesterday kept saying, well, Putin will not attack Ukraine if American workers are working there on Ukraine's natural resources. In this interview with Brett Baer, Zelensky rejected that. He said that there were American companies in Ukraine before. He says that he doesn't think Putin will care if there's American companies doing work in Ukraine. He says that's not going to be enough to stop Putin if Putin decides he wants to attack Ukraine again. So really, again, I don't think this is very insightful. But it's not that Ukraine wants to keep fighting. The question is, what does a ceasefire look like? What does a ceasefire look like? What are the terms of this ceasefire? Does Ukraine get any, and this is just me talking, does Ukraine get any land back? Can Ukraine keep its military? Who will other countries defend Ukraine if Russia attacks them after 2 years? If you're Ukraine and you think, well, if we stop fighting for 2 years, that is Putin's going to take advantage of that and just rebuild his military, and that'll make us more vulnerable in 2 years, you're going to want some sort of assurance that other countries will help you if Putin changes his mind after 2 years. So, it's not ceasefire or no ceasefire. It's what is the deal? There's all kinds of deals that could be made. And right now, we don't have a situation where Ukraine, Russia, the United States, other major players agree on what that would look like. But that's the question, is what does it look like? We don't even know what Russia would be okay with. There's questions as to whether Russia would even accept a deal where European troops are there as peacekeepers. We don't even know if Russia would accept that. So, but look, Zelensky said that he wanted to, he thought that the relationship between him and Trump was salvageable. He said it's not just about two presidents, it's about two peoples. What else? What else am I missing? What else did people notice during the interview? I'm looking it down. But he really just kept talking about security guarantees. And he said he wants it to be a lasting peace. That is something that Keir Starmer from the UK kept saying yesterday in his meetings with Trump. He said a peace needs to be a lasting peace. That if they're going to stop fighting now, the idea is that it can't be something where it's just easy for Putin to say in 2-3 years or whatever, after he's rebuilt his army, okay, no more peace. He did say it would be difficult for Ukraine to keep fighting off Russia without U.S. support. He did acknowledge that in the interview. Yes, Captain Jerry Donnelly says he has said, Zelensky, and he said this before, that Putin has violated ceasefires before. Yeah, clear. I mean, Ukraine does not trust Putin to stick to a deal, so they want some guarantees in place in case Putin doesn't stick to a deal. I do not know if there's an agreement out there that all these parties would feel comfortable agreeing to. There was a moment in the interview where Brett Baer said, asked if Zelensky thought that Trump was too far on the side of Putin. And Zelensky said that he mentioned Trump wanting to be in the middle so he could negotiate with both sides. Zelensky also said something like, I would like it if Trump was closer to our side, given that, as Zelensky says, it's not that both countries started this together. He said, basically, they invaded us and they brought the war to us. So I have no idea what's going to happen. None. Lily Palmer thinks Zelensky did nothing wrong, but his approach was not all there. We've had it all day, very different views in our chat about about what happened today. Deanne says, let Europe fund it. We've given enough. Dexter the Fourth says, disgrace of America. Dirtfoot Racing thinks both sides should not have acted this way. I might one more time, just for the people watching who haven't seen it, I might one more time play the disagreement. I know a bunch of you have seen it a bunch, but we do have some viewers who haven't seen it. And will Zelensky return to the U.S. In a month? Will there be another agreement in the month? Or will there be another meeting in a month between them? I do not know. No idea. Is Zelensky on another show today? I don't know of one that he's on. By the way, a quick thank you to Captain Jerry Donnelly, Bebop and Rocksteady, Dewey 1851, Bradley Moore, Miss Debbie, Zabine, Ellen Zen, thanks for your support, System Unknown. Also Douthis over there on Twitch. And also huge thanks to our moderators who have been there today. I really appreciate it. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai, 3 Surly Dev, all of our Twitch mods. Over there on YouTube, people like Ruth Grafasi, Sabrina on YouTube. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. And our Facebook moderators like Bud Green, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. Should we, hold on a second here. All right, here's what I think I'm going to do. Here's what I think we're going to do. Because I haven't even eaten lunch yet. So I think we're going to do one more thing on this stream. I know people have a lot of comments about this. I'm sorry. I've been trying to read some comments. There's been so much to report. So I'm sorry if you wrote to me and I didn't get to your comment. But what I'm going to do is... Show said, who asked the questions that led to talks breaking down? So what I would like to do is show you the last part of the meeting where all this happened. That's what I think we should do. One more time, just for people who haven't seen it. Because I can describe what happened, but I think just seeing it is the best way to see what happened. But after this big argument, that was the end of the meeting. Zelensky left. The White House says that Trump told him to leave, Trump had his people tell him to leave. There was no press conference. The press conference was canceled. The lunch they had scheduled was canceled, and no signing of this initial mineral rights deal. That didn't happen, which was supposed to happen. None of that happened. All right, so why don't we do that? We're going to do that. We'll show it one more time for the people who haven't seen it. And people might want to see it again anyway. Let's see here. Oh, if I have it here. Here it is. Here it is. Okay, are you guys ready? Here we go. So, let's see if I can make this one. No, that's not it. We want to go... What am I doing here? There. Okay, it's obviously not moments ago. This is earlier today, the White House. Okay, here we go. Oop, obviously, that's way too big. Make it a little less big. Still too big. We'll play it like that. All right, guys, here we go. Here we go. One more time. It was remarkable to see this. Let me just do before I play this, I'm going to do a quick check and make sure I don't have any big breaking news to give you. All right, here we go. Here it is. This is what happened today. And it starts with Zelensky. The meeting was longer, but this is the last part of the meeting where It got crazy. And it starts with Zelensky talking to Trump. That's the voice you'll hear, is Zelensky's voice. Here we go. Here we go. House. Here we go.
And they are for good. For good. Do you, and now I'm talking with my friends in Poland, and they are worried that you align yourself too much with Putin. What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world, and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred, and I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
Hey, I will respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact of
2015.
2014 and 2014.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring people, you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because
I'm
you're in no
answering on this
position to
question.
dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly what
this.
you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel.
You
We're
will-
going to feel very
you will
good.
feel influenced.
We're going to feel very
I'm
good and
telling
very
you,
strong.
You will feel influenced.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed
From the
yourself
very-
to be in a
from
very
the
bad position,
beginning
and
of
he
the
happens
war.
to be right about
From
it.
the very beginning of the war.
You're not
Mr.
in a good
Brown,
position.
I
You don't
was
have
in
the cards right now. With us, you start
I'm
having
not playing
cards. But
cards.
right now, you
I'm
don't.
very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
what do you think
You're
about?
gambling with
What do you
World
think
War
about?
III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's
with all
backed
respect to
you
your
far
country.
more than a lot of people said
very
they
respect.
should have.
Have you said thank you once this
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can...
not speaking loudly. He's not
Yeah.
speaking loudly. Your country is
Can I-
in big
can-
trouble.
can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No,
Can
you've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not
I
winning.
know.
You're not winning this.
I,
You have a damn good chance of
we are
coming out
staying-
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said thank
stupid
you.
president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
Yes. What about
if
Vatican?
you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
you invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3
okay?
days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of
except
times
that there,
thank you
except
to
that,
American people.
except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I
over
understand,
there.
sir.
I think it's
I
very
understand.
important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the
I'm
cards.
thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running low
I
on
know.
soldiers.
Don't-
Listen,
don't, please,
you're running
Mr.
low on
President.
soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then
President.
then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look. If you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what-
that
what
wasn't
this
with me.
means. It
That was
wasn't
with
with you.
a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person.
This
That
is
was
your-
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry, here.
It's going to be a tough deal to make,
Um,
because the attitudes have to change.
what if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you
but
saying?
what
She's
if
asking, what if Russia
Putin
breaks the
breaks
ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam, and he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right. We'll see what we can do about putting it together.
Guys, let's go. Guys, come on, let's go.
We'll see. I don't know.
All right, guys. Guys, come on. Please. Hey, come on. Let's go. Guys, come on. Let's move, please.
Thank you.
Okay, in a short while after this happened, every time I see it, it's just astonishing. A short while after this happened, Trump posted on his Truth Social saying, "We had a very meaningful meeting in the White House today. Much was learned that could never be understood without conversation under such fire and pressure. It's amazing what comes out through emotion, and I have determined that President Zelensky is not ready for peace if America is involved because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations. I don't want advantage, I want peace. He disrespected the U.S. in its cherished Oval Office. He can come back when he is ready for peace." And then Zelensky left the White House. No press conference canceled, lunch canceled, signing of some sort of initial natural resources agreement canceled. And Zelensky posted on his social media, he said, a short statement. Where is it here? I have to go find it here, right? Where is it? Hang on. I have it here. There. Hold on. I'll get it for you. Right here. Right here. Here it is. Here's what Zelensky said. Oops, you still can't see it. You'll see it in a second. You'll see it in a second. There. He said, "Thank you, America. Thank you for your support. Thank you for this visit. Thank you, President, Congress, and the American people. Ukraine needs just and lasting peace, and we are working exactly for that." I think maybe he was saying thank you 4 times right at the start because as a response to J.D. Vance saying he didn't say thank you in the meeting and Trump saying he needed to be thankful, maybe it was, kind of a response to that. Maybe kind of a, not necessarily like a supportive response to that, So I don't know. Maybe sarcastic, as Breezy says. But that's what he said. And so there we go. That's where we're at. Yeah, we showed the Trump remarks before he went off to go to Florida, but you can rewind and watch that. So, look, this is going to keep going. I don't know what's all happening here and how this is going to impact. I can't say what's going to happen in the future, if this relationship will be repaired, if there will be a minerals deal, a natural resources deal between the Ukraine and the U.S., if Trump will just The Washington Post said that a administration official told them that John Hudson had posted this in the Washington Post. An administration official told the Washington Post that Trump was considering ending all ongoing shipments of military aid to Ukraine. So what's next? I do not know. I just don't know. But I need to wrap up this stream because I have to eat something. I got to take a break and eat something. I could talk about this more. I'd like to talk about it more, but I must. We've been on all day. Go eat something. I am going to. I'd love to talk about this more, to read some more comments on the air, but I got to take a break. I have to. So I'm sure we'll be coming back to this in the future. Believe me. But I really appreciate you guys joining the broadcast today and being here, and also sending in comments to me. I'm sorry I didn't get to read more comments. It's been a busy day. I tried to read some during the day. We read some, but I know a lot of people have been writing in, and I appreciate people participating in the chat and sending me news updates. I'm sure there's messages I haven't seen from people. I've gotten a lot of messages. It's just been so busy. So anyways, we'll be covering this more. And I'm sorry if I missed your message or didn't read your comment. But we'll be covering this more. So subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. I got to thank a few more people for donating too, and I'll do that in a second. Subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV because we cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And we will have more coverage for you. We also, if you missed it, we showed during this stream. We actually showed the press conference with the update about the Gene Hackman investigation. And just so you know, some of you know this, but there was a technical issue which made it so that we had to restart the stream. So if you want to see the initial coverage, like the first, 2 hours or something like that, if you want to see that, it's on the channel. It's just a different stream. So the original coverage is this. Here, look, I'll show you the Agenda Free TV page. Here's the page. See, it says Zelensky visits Trump with press conference. That's the original. That was an hour and 47 minutes. So if you want to start from the beginning, watch this stream. This is the one we did right after. Right after he left, we had to restart the stream. But this was the one in which we were covering it, and we first saw the video right there. So you can go back and watch that if you want. If you want. I'm just letting people know. Sorry for that we had to restart the stream. Okay, but I will post updates on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can follow me for breaking news updates on X, @Lookner. Oops, it's not earlier today, the White House. We don't need it anymore. So follow me over there. I'll post the link in the chat. And turn on notifications. We come on the air whenever there's big news. There might be more big news of a different story tonight. So I can't tell you in advance when we're coming on the air normally. But we have notifications. They're free. We set it up ourselves. It's a notification system. You get sent a notification whenever we go live. Sign up for that so you don't miss a stream. It's really easy to sign up. We do it through Discord. The mods will post a link in the chat to sign up for notifications. You can also find the link in the description of this video on Facebook and YouTube. But make sure you sign up for the notifications. Also, huge thanks to our moderators for being with us today. We've had such a busy time in the chat, and it is so great that we have our moderators here to allow us to have a civil and respectful chat. They are the ones who allow us to have chat rooms, and I do like that we have chat rooms where we can have people with very different views. A lot of very different views in the chat today. I was reading some of them earlier on the air. So, but that's thanks to our mods that we can have this. So thanks so much to our moderators over there on YouTube. People like Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi, Sabrina. Really appreciate it. And all of our other mods who've been moderating over on YouTube today. Over there, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. On Twitch, everybody who's been there modding, people like LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, Mick Britches, Surly Dev, all of our other Twitch mods, and our Facebook mods, such as Kay Lowry Body, Raven Riley, Paul Anderson, Bud Green. Thanks to all of our moderators. Shout out to you. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks to everybody who donated today. You are the ones who make it so that this channel could exist and that this channel can afford to have live news footage. I mean, you know, if I had the rights to that footage. That's some of the AFP is the one who had the footage of that exchange. So if I didn't pay AFP for the rights to their footage, I couldn't show it. So it is your support for the channel that allows me to do that and to have the channel. So I really, really do appreciate it. Thanks to, I owe some thanks, by the way, John 1948, Bebop and Rocksteady, the Car Czar, thanks for your support. Priceman 141, Brad, Captain Jerry Donnelly, and I owe a couple more thanks here. I think I might have, let's see here. All right, I think we're caught up on this. Hopefully I got everybody during the stream. I think I got everybody. I tried to. So I really appreciate your support. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But thank you so much for supporting the channel and allowing the channel to exist and to get footage, because obviously it's great to have the footage to be able to show you and talk about it. Also, we do have a chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not live on our Discord chat. It's free. A lot of our viewers like doing it. Check it out. The link is the same as the notifications link. So check out our Discord chat. And thanks to our Discord moderators so much for all you do over there on Discord. Oh, thanks also to Megatron. Thank you, Megatron. Again, I'm sorry I have to wrap this up and eat, but I really, really do. So I don't think this is the last time we'll be talking about this topic. Maybe we'll be covering another Zelensky meeting at the White House in 3 weeks. Something's going to happen one way or the other. There'll be more developments on this. Hey, also, another good way to find out when we're going live is follow us on X at AgendaFreeTV. At AgendaFreeTV. I post when we're going live. I post updates about the channel. When we had to restart the stream, I posted about it there. So good place to get information about the channel at Agenda Free TV. Also, if you watch us on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications as a very helpful way to find out about our broadcasts. To turn on the YouTube notifications, it's kind of weird. You have to subscribe. And then once you subscribe on YouTube, click the notifications bell and then choose all notifications. One of our viewers, Dinar, says, great hearing everyone's opinions. Yeah, I really liked being able to, while I wish I'd had some more time to just read more of the comments out loud. I tried to read some of them, and I did. But I wish I had more time to do it today. But it was really great being able to see people discuss stuff in the chat with different views and keep it civil. So I do appreciate everybody chatting, and again, all of our moderators. And different opinions about what happened in the meeting and everything. Anyways, let me also shout out our subscribers on Twitch. Sorry I didn't get to this before. Thanks to all of our Twitch subscribers for all your support on the channel. People like Matthew Kohai 3, Wall Street Shaggy, Distance Galaxy 13, Integrity Farmer Bob, Chi-Town Bear, Billy Joe, Allistic, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Thank you. By the way, today's just a good example. You know, we cover these. I try to cover these press conferences at the White House and these events because you just don't know what's going to happen. You know, some days we covered the Keir Starmer event yesterday, which was interesting. We got to see basically 2 press conferences yesterday. But some days you cover stuff and just, I mean, who expected this to happen today? And just things happen. So you don't know in advance what's going to happen. Anyways, I mean, I would have covered this and I was expecting just to cover the visit and the signing ceremony and the press conference, which would have been quite important. But who expected this to happen? If you missed it, rewind. We just played the video about a a short while ago. Did we ever even get through? There's a full video of the whole meeting, including the part before it gets really crazy. I think we tried to play that once and we got about halfway through and something else big happened. So I don't think we ever played that all the way through, but we played the part a bunch of times where the real argument was happening. So I'm sorry we didn't have more time to just go back and play the whole thing again. But anyways. Let's see here. Thanks also to our Facebook subscribers like Robert Rial II, Eve Richards, Lou Green. Thank you for supporting the channel. Diane Allworth, Lee Lewis. Really appreciate all of you over on Facebook who subscribe. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Thanks some subscribers over there earlier. Michael Clayton. Is it Aaron Van S, if I'm remembering right? And all of our other Facebook subscribers, thank you. And our YouTube members, thank you. Joe Hart, Sadi BB, Walkie Talkie, UV Lightning, Leafy, Kimberly Barr, JK Cinar, Evelyn in Maine, Beam Me Up, Paul Tissue, Raina Hood, Austin Batman, Getchapul, Gene Romaine, Copper Horse, Switch Life. Thank you, members. Thank you, Megatron, for your support. I appreciate that, Megatron. Lolly Lollipop, the one and only, Thomas Darwin, Dr. McRib, Hugh Crummond, all of our YouTube members, Paul Tissue, Wendy. Thanks, April Coco, for watching. Crowned Queen. So many people to thank. I wish I could thank all of the viewers individually. But I really appreciate you watching. Do a few more viewer thank yous here. Kevin Groves, Tammy N. David Karsten, Los Gatos de Wilson. Thanks everybody for joining us today. So who knows? There might be big news tonight. So I'm going to eat while I get the chance. Okay. All right, guys. So that is it for now. What a day. What a day. Wow. We started the day by covering what we thought was just going to be the Zelensky meeting at the White House, and it turned into this giant, heated exchange with the meeting ending early and Trump saying he's ending it and Zelensky leaving. Wow. Unbelievable. I've never seen really anything like that video and what happened. Okay. So that is it for now. Thanks, Jerry Kovacs. Thanks all of our other viewers. Crown Royal says was a little crazy. Yes, and again, I do apologize. I really wish we could read more comments on the air and your thoughts. We did it earlier, but I got to take a break and go eat something. So that is it right now. Thank you for watching our coverage of this today, and I'm sure we'll be talking about this a lot more. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.